I request everyone to please get settled down. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests, esteemed leaders, delegates, and of course, our chief guest for today. Welcome to National Conference on Modern Logistics for Metals and Minerals, second edition. We all know that the first edition was very much successful, which we did back in February 2019. So before we start, all the leaders who are present out here today with us. Festive season is on. I can't hear the applause though. I thought that we all were very excited because of the festive season as well. So can we have a big round of applause? Although it's early morning today, I completely understand. But yes, thank you so much everyone. So we all know that this conference serves a platform to discuss, debate, and innovate for the future of logistics and steel industry. The synergy between these two sectors, or we can say that, are correlated with each other because of the efficient logistics in the industry. We all know that logistics is the backbone of steel industry, ensuring timely delivery of raw materials and finished products. Not only this, if I talk about the steel industry, which provide the essential materials that derive logistics, infrastructure, and equipment, that is the major factor which is playing in the Indian economy as well. So according to the World Steel Association, the global steel industry is expected to reach at $2 trillion by 2030. This growth is driven by the industrialization, development of infrastructure, and of course the government initiatives which government is promoting these days. Not only the steel industry, if I talk about the logistics industry, then it is expected to grow by 2030, it is expected to grow by $15 trillion, which is a great number. So can we have a big round of applause for all the government initiatives which is promoting the digitalization? Of course, the e-commerce boom has played an important role in the development and growth of this entire industry. Ganpati Bappa, more Isha, then this entire day would be very beautiful for all of us. And now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan Dovri to please present the token of respect and appreciation to all our guests who are present on the stage today. I request our industry leaders to please accept it from Metalogic PMS. Thank you so much. And now something about the Metalogic PMS. We all know about Metalogic PMS. It doesn't need any introduction. But yes, I want to specify 2 or 3 liners to all of you once again. So Metalogic PMS, headquartered in India, serves as a market intelligence firm specializing in Indian steel and mining industry. Established in 2015 by Monica Bachchan, a first-generation entrepreneur, Metalogic aims to elevate the presence of women within the steel and mining sector. As a prominent mass media organization, Metalogic orchestrates events for the steel, mining, and logistics sectors. The company provides daily news coverage spanning steel mining from ore, coal, logistics, steel prices, and both Indian and global news. So can we have a big round of applause for Metalogic PMS as well? And now I request founder and CEO of Metalogic PMS, Ms. Monica Bachchan, to please come on the podium and set the context for today.
Mr. Rajagopalan, Managing Director, PESMEL South Asia. Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, TM Logistics, International Logistics Limited. Mr. Sharad Verma, ED, Head Area North, Conquer. Mr. Yatendra Pal Suri, Consultant, Chemtech Foundation, and Chairman of CII Corrosion Committee. Good morning, everyone, and namaskar. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you in today's conference on modern logistics for metals and minerals. This is the second edition of Modern Logistics, what Metalogic is organizing after 5 years. I'm delighted to see so many esteemed leaders and professionals from various sectors of the industry and various sectors of the industries gathered here to discuss one of the most critical aspects of our business, which is logistics. A warm welcome to our distinguished, I hope we will have our chief guest, Mr. Bhupati Raju Srinivasa Verma. We are deeply honored with all of your presence, and I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our sponsors and partners, without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. Special thanks to TM International Logistics Limited, PPS International, and Prime Ispat, and PESMEL from Finland. All the way, the team of PESMEL has arrived for this conference. This conference is special for so many reasons, not only because we are delving deep into the ever-evolving landscape of logistics for metals and minerals, but also because it's happening right before Diwali, the Festival of Light. There's an air of excitement and anticipation, and I'm sure you will all carry the positive energy of this festival into our discussions today. As we come together in this vibrant space of ideas and innovations, I would like to start with a very simple question, which I want to ask you. How many of you feel that logistics is now a central driver for competitiveness in the steel and mineral industry? Please raise your hands. Okay, 100%. What do you think is the biggest bottleneck in the current logistics system? Would you like to share what is the biggest? Yes, please. Reduce the cost of logistics. Anyone else? Lack of understanding. Reliability. And one more. Yes. Collaboration between? I can't hear you, sorry. Lack of infrastructure. Quality service, lack of quality service providers. Okay.
Modernization.
Yeah, so we have one more last comment. Yes. Online deliveries. Yes, yes, yes.
Monica.
Sir, from where? Yeah.
It's modernization also.
Sorry?
Modernization.
Yes, absolutely. I'd like to show you one short clip. Please take a look on the screen. So this is the video which we created 5 years ago with a lot of research, what kind of logistic solutions we should have. These are the challenges what you see and the solution which we think can be very helpful. For coils, slurry pipeline, containers, coil handling and railways, barges, so these are some of the video clips which we have taken from Pest Mill. You see the packaging and how the material is handled. Then the waste management, Internet of Things, digitization, very, very crucial aspect of today's logistics. Robotics. So we also have next session after the inauguration on factory logistics. And of course, environment. And that is the heart of the country, isn't it? These questions aren't just for discussions, but to make us reflect on the critical role logistics plays in ensuring efficiency, sustainability, and growth in our industry. At Metalogic, we have always believed in bringing something new to the table in every conference we organize. Whether it's about exploring green steel, the latest innovation in iron making, or today's focus on modern logistics. We aim to spark conversations that push us to think more deeply and find solutions. Today, we will be covering exciting topics like role of railways in bulk material handling, containers logistics for finished material, and the emerging trends in multimodal transportation. The focus today will not be on the existing challenges, but also the huge opportunities that modern logistics presents for the metal and mineral sector. The future is bright for those who innovate and adapt. Let me repeat it again. The future belongs for those who innovate and adapt. Before I wrap up, let me ask you one last question. How many of you already implementing digital or automated solution in your logistic chain? Please raise your hand. Very, very few. See, we can count. I would love to hear about your experiences throughout the day, whenever we will be breaking the sessions. I truly believe that the conversation we are going to have today will not only help us overcome existing challenges, but also shape the future of logistics in our industry. Once again, I welcome you all, and I look forward to the insightful and engaging discussion we will have throughout the day. Thank you so much. And before I go off the stage, we will be having some quiz questions starting from now till the end. Please listen to the lectures very carefully and participate in all the quiz questions. Thank you so much.
So I think we have got a surprise test for today, where we'll be asking some quiz questions. Not only quiz questions, we have 2 or 3 more thrillers for you, so please be ready, since Diwali is just around the corner. So we have planned a lot of things today, and those things are very much interesting, trust me. So before we start, I would like to invite Mr. Yatendra Pal Suri, consultant, Chemtech Foundation, to please set the theme for today. Can we have a big round of applause, gentlemen?
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you. Our industry leaders on the dais, Mr. J. Rajagopalan, Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Mr. Sharad Verma, Ms. Monica. So welcome to you for the conference. And I'm the, small story about Metalogic. 15 years back, a young girl who was not married had a vision. She started Metalogic. And in last 15 years, as you have seen, from A to now, it has reached the zenith with just about 12 team members working along with Monica. I wouldn't call them the dirty dozen, they are the lovely dozen. And Monica plus 12 makes it 13, so it's not the unlucky number, but very lucky number for the steel industry. I would like to request you all to give a hearty, clap for Monica and her team. for organizing such, events which have never been done before. And hats off to Monica and her small team. Now coming to the theme. Let me begin by unpacking the concept of logistics. So by looking at these 7 R's. The Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, UK, defines them as, please listen carefully, getting the right product, in the right quantity, in the right condition, at the right place, at the right time, to the right customer, at the right price. So there are so many rights that we all need to remember. And if we make sure that all these rights are ticked, then I would say you are a winner. This definition is useful because it explores and explains the function of logistics, getting things moved about in a synchronized fashion to meet a specific criteria, such as timelines, condition, and the correct place. Logistics is a crucial aspect of modern business operations as it involves coordinating various activities essential to ensuring that goods are delivered to customers in a timely and cost-effective manner. The logistics industry in India has evolved over time and has now become an indispensable aspect of businesses in various sectors, including manufacturing, retail, and e-commerce. The 3 major functions that are critical to the success of logistics operations are transportation, warehousing, and inventory management. These 3 functions play a vital role in ensuring that goods are delivered to customers in a timely and cost-effective manner. Transportation, as you all know, encompasses all modes of transportation, including air, sea, rail, and road, and also rivers now. The transportation function is responsible for ensuring that goods are transported efficiently, safely, and at the right cost. Cost is very important. It also involves managing the coordination of shipments, tracking and tracing of goods, and obtaining custom bonds in compliance with regulations and customs procedure. Now, talking about transportation, I will just give you 2 my personal experiences. I was in Dubai, and the driver of a car was taking me to a company. It was a company car, and the driver was a gentleman from South India. He said, "Sir, you are from India, and we are now, speeding at 130, 140 on a road in Dubai. And this road was built 15 years back. Why is it that in India, within 15 months or 15 weeks, the roads become absolutely, bad? Why can't India make roads which are as good as we have roads in Dubai?" Now, this is something, if any friend is there from NHAI or from Ministry of Roads and Transport, I think we need to seriously think on this. And also, I must tell you, in 2006, when I was appointed as the managing director of Outokumpu in India, a company from Finland, I had gone there and they took me to their mines in Kemi, in the north of Finland. And when I went to the underground mines, which is almost 600 to 700 meters below the earth, the roads are as good as our expressways. And when I entered their office down below, it was as clean as any 5-star in our country. So that is the kind of infrastructure these people try and create. And my name was there on the computer, which clearly showed to everybody in the organization that I was there at that moment in the mines area. So there are a lot of things which are happening abroad and which we need to learn from. Warehousing, it involves managing the physical. It also involves managing the flow of goods within the warehouse, including the movement of goods from one location to another and the preparation of goods for shipment. Now here again, since I am also co-chairing the Corrosion Management Committee at CII, I must talk about, corrosion, which can happen in warehouses, and more so in warehouses in the coastal areas. So, and also for shipments which are going abroad from India in containers or in loose containers, LCL loads. If the packing is not adequate, by the time, not everything that you export is stainless steel. You export a lot of alloy steels and carbon steel products which are machined, and they need to arrive at the destination in a good condition. So therefore, the packaging aspect also is very, very important. And there are companies in India who are ensuring that if you pack them in a given way, your products will never get corroded, even if they are there for a year or more. So particularly, you have to look into this aspect if you are operating in the coastal area. Inventory management is the process of overseeing the flow of goods and materials from the source to final delivery. The function involves monitoring and controlling inventory levels, ensuring that the right goods are available when they are needed, and reducing the amount of excess inventory, because inventory is a cost. So inventory management is critical to ensuring that a company can meet customer demand while maintaining an efficient and cost-effective supply chain. So these three functions are critical to the success of logistic operations, and they must be managed and coordinated effectively in today's competitive marketplace, whether you are an established business or a startup or into trading. Now, I'm also happy to see that the logistic industry in India has come a long way since pen and paper tracking, with cutting-edge technology now driving innovation and efficiency. In today's fast-paced world, businesses need to stay ahead of the curve in logistics management, which means embracing modern solutions. Traditional logistics management practices were mainly focused on manual processes and paper-based documentation, supply chain operations. We have all been through this, I'm sure. All of you who are at the senior positions now, when you were young, these issues we were facing. In contrast, now, modern logistics technology automates many of these processes, resulting in more streamlined workflows. Modern logistics involves utilizing technologies such as GPS tracking for vehicles and packages, automated warehouse management systems for efficient storage and retrieval of goods, and real-time inventory monitoring systems to reduce stockouts and optimize ordering quantities. Now here again, I must take you to Outokumpu in Finland. In Finland, the population is just about maybe 6 million now. It used to be 5 million in 2006 when I went there. So naturally, if you have few people in the country, you need to automate. And the extent of automation is to be seen to believe. When I went to Outokumpu and I was taken to the shop floor, I saw unmanned vehicles carrying, these 25, 30-ton huge coils. I mean, automatically they were identified, automatically they were stored at a given place, automatically they were being lifted by, robots and those, unmanned vehicles and taken to the mills. There was no human intervention. In fact, no scope for human intervention. Therefore, if you have said that your material will arrive at a given date, the system used to ensure that you get the right product at the right time. So I've seen that level of automation in Finland in 2006, and today, 18 years later, only 3 or 4 people raised their hands. So of course, there is a lot to be learned and a lot to be implemented when it comes to modern logistics. Modern logistics also relies heavily on data-driven decision-making. With real-time information from sensors and other connected devices, modern logistics managers can proactively identify potential disruptions or bottlenecks before they occur. This is also very important so that you can decide on alternatives. Another very important critical difference is advanced analytics tool. This is the modern way of doing business. Advanced analytics tools that enable predictive modeling for better demand forecasting and inventory management. This allows companies to optimize their supply chains for maximum efficiency while reducing cost. Coming to the program today, these sessions have been designed to focus on the most important areas of logistics management. We are now in this session on policy and efficient logistics, wherein we have presentations on government initiatives, multimodal logistic parks, and integration with rail, road, port, and last mile connectivity. The session 1 is on factory logistics, role of automation and digitalization is going to be talked about. The session 2 will be on pipes and tubes transportation for liquids and gas, also touching on design and material compatibility. The session 3 is on bulk transportation by rail as well as containerized transportation by Indian Railways, keeping in mind capacity enhancement needed for 300 million ton target of steel production by 2031. Session 4 is focusing on roads, highways, and warehousing. The final session is on shipping, ports, and waterways, emphasizing on railroad networks, port locations, river terminals, as well as infrastructure to store and handle hazardous materials. Sorry. So as you can see, we have covered all areas which are currently, giving us some pain areas here and there. So let us get ready to listen to 24 most enlightened experts in 5 sessions and get enriched in knowledge on what modern logistics is all about and how we can adopt modern technologies to help Indian steel industry to be cost efficient and a preferred, reliable source for steel globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we go ahead, we have some industry numbers, or you can say that recommendations. So can we have a big round of applause from Ms. Manu Cholia, Industry Analyst, Metalogic PMS. She'll be recommending us for the efficient logistics for India on the basis of some industry findings.
So good morning, everyone. This is Manu Cholia, Industry Analyst from Metalogic Project Management Services. So thank you for gathering here today for our national conference on modern logistics for metals and minerals 2.0. This topic is particularly very important as the logistics sector is the backbone of any economy, ensuring the smooth flow of goods and services across the globe. In recent years, government have recognized the importance of this sector and a lot of initiatives has been coming in this sector. So without wasting much time, because as sir has already said the note and all on it, I'll be first talking about the sector is also grappling with some inefficiency. But why is that so? Because of the cost. Which the government is taking initiatives, we can working on that purpose. If you can see on the numbers, Indian transport and logistics sector is expected to increase at a CAGR of 4.5% from 2022 to 2050, reaching 15.6 trillion tons kilometer. And as per the numbers in H1 2024, Indian logistic and industrial sector has seen a strong demand growth with significant rent increase in major cities due to high demand in warehousing and light manufacturing. But I want to, before I go on to my next slide, I want to talk about the inefficiency. Why are this inefficiency in the logistics sector? Because of the unorganized sectors which are dominated by the logistic market, because basically the road transport and the warehousing. Road transport is particularly deeply fragmented out here. And if we can see that basically Indian freight movement is heavily skewed towards road transportation, which moves around 68 to 70%. And whereas on rails, I think the share is only 30%, and for shipping 2%, and for water, for air only 1%. So, and the Indian model mix is highly skewed towards road transportation. As you can see, as I've mentioned, 68 to 70% on road and rail, and whereas globally, it is only 25 to 30% by road transportation. And we are lying 68 to 70% dependency on road transport. The current infrastructure development with a lot of initiatives, you can see, road has been developed to 67.71 lakh kilometers of road network, rail 1.32 lakh kilometer of track has been there, shipping 14 major ports are there and 217 non-major ports, and airports we have 137 airports. So as the government is working on it, there has been developments, but there lies a lot of inefficiency as I've mentioned. Now I'll be shifting towards with respect to steel sector. So Indian steel sector logistic cost represents 16 to 18% of their total revenue. So global benchmark is around 10 to 12. So our steel industry is already facing a lot of cost disadvantage. Current transportation expense, if you can see, it's 8,000 per ton, which is almost 28% of the factory cost. So you can see the cost advantage. And in Odisha, one of the examples, there's no supply of Indian railway rakes for iron ore movement from mines to port. And for that, they are forced to use the third party GPWIS rakes at high premium. As per Niti Aayog, we had seen, this is you can see on the numbers, the cost advantage, we are lying at 80 to 100 USD per ton. So these are the factors in which our Indian steel industry is facing a lot of issues in the cost disadvantage as compared to, so there where we are getting the cost disadvantage globally, the competitiveness, here is where we are lagging behind. So as I've mentioned in my previous introduction, only the current model mix of steel and iron. In steel and iron, but we are basically focusing on the railways. Rails are used more, but the cost for rails are higher. Coastal and inland waterway movement globally is 25 to 30%. Large producers transport their iron ore by rails, and whereas smaller players are using road for approximately 30 to 40%. Slurry pipelines are there, but still, if you can see, we have only, I think, 2 to 3 slurry pipelines, and some slurry pipelines are still under process. From last so many years, because of some other reasons, it cannot be developed. Because of the land, they're not getting the land acquisition. That is one of the major issues which they're facing, the slurry pipelines. And because if you can see, slurry pipeline will play a very major role in the transportation of iron ore. Andy Rao sir is here, he'll be talking on it later. So as I mentioned, railway freight loading, if you can see, basically for railways, we are using coal is basically used for transportation. And the cost, as I mentioned, the cost is very high. Government initiatives, we all know there are a lot of policies which are there, national logistic policy, Gati Shakti, multimodal, Sagarmala, slurry pipeline, Bharatmala. And they all aim at to promote seamless movement of goods, to reduce the logistic cost, to provide implementation of infrastructure project. A lot of things have done for slurry pipelines, but still there is a scope of improvement on which collectively everyone has to participate in it, so that we can move forward and the vision of getting a single digit number can be obtained. These are a few of the scope for improvement which we have been we have gathered. That is implementation gap. Though the policies are very ambitious, but timely execution is some of the problem, or coordination maybe because of the governments, different, I cannot say, but like some other reasons, there is the implementation gaps are there. For that, the project gets delayed. The more the project gets delayed, the cost increases. Infrastructure, still, there are a lot of investment in infrastructure, but still we are lagging behind. Many regions still have lack of sufficient logistic infrastructure, which leads to congestion, inefficiencies, fragmented systems. There are a lot of sectors. To implement robust tracking system, IoT, to provide real-time data on cargo movements. There is, but more interventions, more supply, for that the disruptions in the supply chain, that all things can be tackled. Then incentivize for private players. As we can see, the private players have been investing in airports and all, but for rail, the collaboration of the private players are not, we cannot see that much of participation. So I think that should be promoted so that we can more enhance the rail efficiency. Automatic braking system, as the Kavach is there, but still we have seen there are a lot of, we listen about the news and all, but it's just a suggestion which if you can see globally, they have done the fencing in the rail, so if that we can adopt in our country also, so that such incidents can be somewhat stopped. Intermodal connectivity, freight growth rate. The freight growth rate is basically to cut down the cost of logistic. So we have to work on it. Then go green, we are working on, I think, electrification, but we have to more improve the efficiency. We're harnessing solar powers at railway stations. The adoption of RESCO model may be considered pan-India, not only to harness solar power, but also to utilize railways land parcels. This is my last slide. I've rushed very fast. So this is enhancing coastal shipping efficiency. Basically, if you can see, we are not working on our coastal shipping. As we have to increase that, we are only at 2%. So infrastructure investment, there is need to invest in upgrading and including modern cargo handling system and storage options to reduce the turnaround time. Then simplification of procedures, streamline customs and regulatory process for coastal shipping is required, to minimize delays and improve the operational efficiency. Then promotion of short sea shipping, that is very important. We have to encourage the use of coastal shipping for domestic trade through incentivization and the awareness campaigns, so that we can reduce the pressure on roads and rails. Then integration with logistic hubs, we can have to establish logistic parks near ports to facilitate easy transfer of goods between different modes of transport. That is promoting a multimodal approach. And last, the training and skill development. I think we have to develop training programs. We have to focus on coastal shipping operations, safety, and environmental management to build a skilled workforce. That's very important. And this was my last slide. So as I have mentioned, we have done a lot of things in the sector, the government, the industry, everyone is working a lot on it. But as I mentioned, there is some scope of improvement on which we have to work. I think that is very important. The people, industry people, the people from NHA, everyone is there. So I think we have to basically work on the timely execution of all the policies which has been implemented. We are on the vision of achieving our one-digit logistic cost, and I hope we'll be soon on that track. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manu. Well said that we'll definitely do the execution on timely basis, which you just mentioned here. Of course, we all are trying, and we are on the same page, but thank you so much for sharing some insights with us today. Now for the industry note, I request Mr. J. Rajagopalan, MD Pest Mill South Asia, to please come over and share his insights on the industry. Can we have a big round of applause, gentlemen?
Thanks to Metalogics for organizing such a very much a need conference. As you could see when the question was asked, how far you are convinced that automation is there in all the industries, hardly any hand raised. So that shows that this conference is very purposeful, and we got to give a big applause to Metalogics for doing this conference, because what we need is training and information, because lack of information gives you a lot of inhibition that automation is not friendly, automation is costly. Automation is very friendly if you see the capital cost and life cycle cost together. Okay, I also should thank my company Pesmal for being a pioneer in this kind of industrial automation, with the motto that keep monotony from mankind. So because the monotony is one which reduces productivity, which reduces safety, and also which could reduce quality. So that is the reason our company's policy is, please keep monotony out of mankind through automation. So we should also thank my colleagues who have come all the way from Finland, not because of anything, because this topic is so important. My company has been kind enough to nominate them to share some information with you. There is no marketing or sales intention here. It is mainly purely sharing information. The option is yours, depending upon, because automation is kind of a very convenient staircase. So nobody can go from the bottom to the total automation, because it has to do with the reflex of people. So depending upon the manpower, the employees, so you can't adopt automation all the way from bottom to the top. Always it has to go step by step. So now I come to the actual topic of this day. So this is, what is modern logistics? So good morning, dignitaries on and off the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. Coming to the Industrial Revolution, you all must be knowing, in 1784 was the first Industrial Revolution, where the water power and steam power was introduced, where the first power loom came into existence. So then came the second generation in 1880, wherein the mass working and question of mass production, and also you must have seen a movie called Modern Times by Charlie Chaplin. So that reflects about the second industrial revolution. And the third industrial revolution is showing the electronics, and also in inventing the PLC first time, and that was in possibly 1929, and also in 1969. So this, there was some basic PLC models, like what could be programmed was developed in early 1929-30, but during the World War time. But actual PLC came into the industrial use only in 1969. And in 2000, what we have is the Industry 4. So Industry 4 is one which has gone to the cyber technology, and also to, especially with regard to certain extent, artificial intelligence. If you see the magnitude of complexity from the first revolution, second revolution, third revolution, and fourth revolution. So it was so simple to understand, first revolution. Second was somewhat easy. Third was okay. But fourth is difficult to understand. So the human tendency is, what you can't understand, we feel it is not good for us. So that is the reason this conference is organized, to make it familiar with all of you. So with this introduction, brief introduction on this industrial revolution, that's why everybody says Industry 4, Internet of Things. So IIT, IIoT, IoT, all that. Mainly because with IoT or IIoT, the supplier can control his equipment right from his company, and he can operate even the equipment with the help of IoT. So which is the advantage of Industry 4 as well as IIoT. So now coming to the point, the objective of this topic and the speech is, actually the prime objective of this introduction is to clarify that automation and digital transformation in logistics are vital and essential today. In addition to being cost effective, and it be necessarily a future material logistics system, especially in this artificial intelligence era. While there are headwinds, what we mean is resistance, and tailwinds, what we mean is the supports are there. For everything there is headwind and tailwind. Okay? So the main headwinds are from the company, because the company management immediately thinks they would have consumed all the budget in the main equipment. So when it comes to logistics, even not only in India, even in US, so when it comes to logistics, they feel, why we could go for a contract? Why should we go for this automation? So that type of headwind is always there from the management side. Is it only on the management side? No, on the workers' side, on the union side, they feel, oh, this comes, we lose our job. So that is also the headwind. So they feel, to the extent possible. So these two becomes goalkeepers for what Monica wants to do. So they are the goalkeepers that they should not get this, because it may come in their way. But we have to educate that it is not the case. These are all inhibitions, purely inhibitions. So what happens is the automation gives you life cycle savings and also safety, also quality. At the same time, for the labor, gives a decent job so that they don't go for a traditional ILSA job. It is not there. They can do a decent job. That is the advantage of that. So this way, what is in front of us is management of change. So management of change is a very difficult task. So how could it be achieved? So from a conventional thinking to a modern thinking. So in a relay, when some people have run a relay, but others don't want to run the relay because they are not convinced. So how to do that? That is only possible by training and by giving case studies. So through the case studies and training, guys, please look here. He has got this experience. They got it. They adopted it. They were not left to lurch. They are well off. So that way, you also follow. You will be better off because it is not, no more it is required that there are certain monotonous things can be automated, which is to the benefit of the company, which is to the benefit of people. It will always lead you to a better productivity. So now, especially with regard to the factory logistics, there are 5 aspects. One is the vertical storage system, which is a compact storage system, which could, for example, a coil can be stored, of a full coil can be stored in 7 square meter in floor storage, whereas in a vertical storage system, it could be stored in 0.7 square meter. So that way, because it is being stored vertically. Further, they are all tracked automatically. The crane which handles them is called stacker crane, which is not a crane, it's a computer. So that way, this is an advantage in this vertical storage system. The second one is automatic tracking and YMS, yard management system, where cranes are automated. They can be automated in 3 levels. So that way what happens, the crane operator, even if he is there, he knows which item is where with yard mapping. And that way he is able to do actually a mailbox so that he is able to load, keep the load ready before the truck comes. But which truck comes, which rake comes in time, that will be discussed by my colleague, Mr. Karthik, during this session 3, and how to minimize the time, because most of the trucks and even rail siding are all delayed mainly because they think if they go to the steel plant, they have to devote 2-3 days for getting loaded. So these are all is a handicap. That's why trucks never come. So the 4th point is here, the automatic coil car system instead of the conventional transfer car system. The automatic coil car system can identify which material is going where, and also it could deliver very quickly without any mankind. And then the 4th one is the automatic packing lines with robotic packing line. And the 5th one is robots and AMRs for handling system. So these are all the factory logistic points. With regard to the other areas, like the pipe transportation, you know, the slurry transportation and gas transportation and also petrol and also from the refineries through the tubes, pipes is very economical system, most economical system. The next one is, of course, the road transport, the rail transport, and water transport. So you'll be surprised. Very recently, on 8th and 9th, I was in Capitol Hill in US. We were discussing about the different transportation system in US. So they have maximum utilized the rivers. For example, Mississippi River, Ohio River, all that is best utilized for transportation. For example, Nucor Gallatin sends their material to Nucor, West Virginia, by means of Ohio River and by barges. The only handicap there is when you transport through water, you have to extra pack the material with 55% lapping so that the moisture doesn't affect. Otherwise, this is the cheapest transportation system possible. So the maximum exploitation they have done on the rivers, which I don't think we have done that much. North, the rivers are deep enough and wide enough. So, deep enough and wide enough. So the second thing is on railways also, for example, Association of Iron and Steel Engineers, they coordinate with railways and conduct every quarter a meeting, telling all the, see, for example, who knows which sequence the wagons come. The wagons come in any sequence. So it becomes very difficult for shipping people to load, because one place you have to load a plate, the other side we have to plate a sheet, other one coil, the tackle has to change. So it takes a time. The rake, they give 3 hours time for 60 wagons. Otherwise, you have demurrage. So you can't have candy and eat it too. So this is where benefit is there for the thing, other side the demurrage is there. So that way, there is modern logistics is necessary, and also this sequencing of rail wagons as per the shipping arrangement in the shipping bay should also be available from railways. So that way, this combination of the steel industries and railways help on expressing the difficulty, and also the type of wagon. What is the use of sending a box wagon for coils? So that sometimes it happens. Some coils are kept in the boxes, you must have seen. So these are all can be avoided if there could be an interaction. That I request Monica ji to see to that, an interaction session of railways, at the same time the road transport. See, do you know 10 or 12% of the area of US is road. So there, if they say from Dallas to California, Los Angeles, they can go in 1.5 days, which is about maybe 1,800, 2,000 miles. They do that because they can do that, because there is a 6-track system like that. So we also have some main highways to come, but that is also to be concentrated, and there should be kind of a coordination between transportation and our road transport, and also government with this steel industry. Maybe the same way for port. Port, lot of misunderstandings, strikes, and see, especially with regard to the headwind, I forgot to tell about union. So union is also one of the headwinds, so they block it sometimes. They are also to be educated. So we conduct some training program on automation to union also, which is also necessary. And possibly Monica ji should see that even the unions are educated on this. This is not to steal your job. It is to give you a decency on your job. So I think with that, I think I should wind up, and I should thank you for the patient listening. And if you have any questions, you are free to ask later. Thanks a lot. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, sir. Very well said, that automation plus the training part. Because I think training is very much important, not in this industry, in every industry. Of course, we are still training ourselves for the mobiles, for the laptops. We are in the age of digitalization. Yeah, training is the basic part, or I should say the key role which is important here. Apart from it, sir has mentioned that railway. So I think railway continues to be a vital mode of transport for the steel and logistics industry. By addressing the challenges and investing in infrastructure and technology, the potential of railway can be fully utilized because of the cost-saving part. And of course, Indian Railway, we have a good connectivity across the globe. Yes, we can do more and save our cost. So moving ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, TM International Logistics Limited, to throw his insights on the current topic.
Dignitaries on the dais and eminent leaders of the industry in the audience, my friends, colleagues, gentlemen and ladies. It's the festive season, so we'll start with greetings for belated Happy Dashera, Shubha Vijaya, and in advance Happy Diwali. In the spirit of the occasion, you know, every discussion such as this one talks about possible problems and lot of solutions. And sometimes one can't help but note a sense of despondency. Oh, things are not so good. But you know, in the spirit of the festivals, I would like to suggest and look at and sort of exhort everybody that let us look at the problems as an opportunity, because within these problems lies the big chance for us to make a difference to the mankind. And thank you, Metalogic, for organizing this conference on modern logistics. I have a small difference, or rather a suggestion, is that the phrase would have been better if it was called logistics in modern times. Because logistics is as old as mankind. In fact, the word the logistics did not existed when the logistics happened. Logistics, if you look at the root, It comes from a French word called logistique. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correct, but pardon us for that, which itself has a root in a word called loga. Loga essentially is lodge in English, which means storage. So ironically, when we talk about logistics, we normally talk about, transportation of point A to point B. But the word owes its origin to essentially storage, which is a very important sub-activity of the entire transportation process. So therefore, when we use logistics today, we use every activity, we define as all the activities which go into planning and execution of movement of materials from point A to point B, which includes first mile, last mile, storage, intermediate transport, multimodal, etc., etc. So as I was saying, logistics goes back with the mankind. And apart from all those fancy definitions of logistics, my simple definition of logistics is any mechanism which brings supply and demand together, and vice versa. So when we go back to the Stone Ages, when the man had just learned to move from 4 legs to 2 legs, and that itself is a form of logistics. And there also essentially it started from nature. It started from people observing that logs and pieces of wood float in water, and then how can we transform and use that? It was only in about 4000 BC that the first wheel was invented, which is possibly the biggest invention in the field of logistics. But ironically, it was not invented for logistics. It was invented for pottery. So it took almost 1000 years for people to discover that the potter's wheel actually will help us in moving ourselves and our material faster, safer. And it took 2000 years of evolution before the wheel moved from just a round disc of wood to a hollow thing. Then the iron scope, hub and spoke thing appeared around 2000 years back. And only about 300, 400 years back, the current version of tube sort of tires have come in. So essentially, logistics has been with us for a long time. And as the previous spokesman, Mr. Palan, said that he talked about the history from the industrialization and how in current situation in Industry 4.0, what does logistics mean, and essentially how does AI and digitization can play a big part. But one important aspect that has happened during this whole journey is that the initial journeys all took their source and force from the nature. Whether we used horses, and essentially that is what led to the term horsepower, or we used wind, which was essentially used for sails for our boats. We moved on to bigger and bigger ships, mightier and mightier engines. We brought the world together. The whole concept of supply, demand, and things changed. Because early civilizations essentially developed along rivers, because for transportation, rivers required. For food security, rivers are required. But today, the situation is not like that. Today, China manufactures for the entire world. This has brought a lot of consumerism, this has brought a lot of cost control, this has brought a lot of predictability, yes, but at the same time it has caused some problems. And what are those problems? One are which, Suri Sahab missed the topic, and there are quite a few suggestions. Simple logic just suggests that anything which involves less and less use of energy, which is not natural, will be better. So moving from roads to rail is a solution. Moving from rails to waterway is a solution. Coastal, short ships, all are solutions, yes. And how do we transform and use our collective thoughts around the whole system today will decide what modern logistics will be tomorrow. Today, I don't think that all of us are agreeing that we are in an ideal world. We all have seen, and even the presentation from Metalogic clearly indicates that there is room for improvement. Not just if you say...
Since India is a hub for railway, so we can also go towards railway modes as well. And of course, sustainable practices, carbon credit we can also use to reduce the emission of green, or to reduce the damage of green gases in the atmosphere. As per the study which I just noticed as of now, the green damage is about 7% as of now in the environment, which we are aiming to reduce in the upcoming future. Of course, government is taking a lot of initiatives, and we guys are also discussing here. I hope we will be doing the execution, and next time when we meet, we will be coming up with the strategies for sure. Thank you so much. Now going ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Sharad Verma, ED, Head Area North Concord, to please come and share his inputs on the same topic. Please have some applause, gentlemen.
First of all, I must thank Ms. Bachchan and Metalogic for organizing this conference, which is absolutely and critically relevant for us. And all the esteemed guests sitting on the dais and members of the industry and trade, good morning to all of you. Logistics, of course, it can have a definition, but very simply, logistics is what? Supply for material from the one place to the manufacturing plant and then distribution of the finished product. This is what logistics is for all of us. And particularly that metal and mineral sector, it has a lot of challenge, and it has been facing challenges particularly because the demands have shown an increase because of a growth in the middle class sector, and of course in our constant endeavor to take the economy to the third highest in the world. So we need to have our product which are globally competitive, and for that the logistics, as it was said during the initial part of this inaugural session, that the logistics cost for us is 10 to 12%. And let me tell you that 1% reduction can have a benefit and road networks for transportation and handling of various commodities, including finished steel and finished aluminum. Of course, we have a constraint. We are a part of Indian Railways, but we have a constraint that not all commodities can be moved in containers. And as Ms. Bachchan asked some quiz, or some constraint, she asked about the constraints in the field of logistics. The basic constraint in logistics that you have to have an arrangement where you get both way movement of the flats, wagon flats, or the containers. This is number one, because at present we have customized wagons. They go all the way from one place to a distance of 1500 to 2000 kilometers, and then coming empty. So this has got a cost, and this gets added to our present logistic cost. And number two, that containerization, level of containerization in India is still in a very nascent stage, hardly 30 to 35%. Whereas in developed countries, it is to the tune of 60 to 65%. So this is one area. These are the two areas that we have to innovate. We have to think that what is the best way to utilize our stock. That is wagon flats, which are transporting the cargo, and if it gets containerized. And containerization helps in the sense that once the cargo gets containerized, it reduces multiple handling. This is number one. And as Concor, we are providing, pursuing our customers and helping our customers to use them as warehouses. So this is also reducing your warehouse costing. India's logistic network for metals and minerals is vast and faces challenges like capacity gaps, congestion, and inefficiencies. Let me share some proactive initiative from the government, like launch of new logistics policy, Gati Shakti policy for development of new MMLPs along the railway network, improving railway infrastructure by way of doubling and electrification, And of course, there is a development of dedicated freight corridor, our port, which is catering to almost, I would say, 40 to 45% of the requirement, export and import from northern and NCR region. So with the coming of DFC, we have been able to do the double stacking. Double stacking helps to ensure faster evacuation from the port. This is number one, and brings down the logistics cost. Third, that it helps better predictability, that now we can tell our customers that his consignment will be arriving by this time. So that predictability, you all will appreciate that predictability itself in the logistics business helps a lot, and it means a lot. Because this is how you are able to manage your stock, manage your inventory. And if you have to be competitive, this becomes very important. And for port connectivity and infrastructure development, that Bharat Sagarmala project is there. For development of road infrastructure, that Bharatmala project. So government has already taken sufficient and adequate initiative, I would say, and which will lead us to the right path of growth. We are having a robust multimodal logistic facility available with us. We are spread across 66 locations, spread across the country, and we have our own flats which can carry containers. We have our own inventory of containers which are moving in the domestic streams. We have got our own equipments for handling of containers, which are called reach stackers. We have got shunting locomotives for transferring of load from railway yard to our terminals. We have also got forklifts which can handle 35-ton cargo. So these are the things we already have. And apart from that, we are equally concerned about the sustainability of the logistics, which everyone is talking about. So in this direction, Concor already has got a fleet of 100 LNG trucks. Apart from that, we are 200 more in the pipeline, number one. And number two, that 95% of our movement is by rail. So we all know that rail, as compared to road, is a better and more energy efficient and less carbon emission mode of transportation. We are equally concerned in the development of modernization of and adoption of new technology. We have got, you know that once the cargo reaches you, or if you have to, the cargo has to come to your place, that first and last mile connectivity. This is our another constraint, that we do not have a robust first and last mile connectivity arrangement. For that, we have got a mobile app through which the customer can get the best quote available. We have got our empaneled vendors, and the customer just places his requirement and he gets the best quote. So this is how we have been able to provide, number one, reliability, predictability, and the best rates to our customers. We have got our AI-powered terminal management system, where we have got 4 modules. One is handling, rail handling. Another is that stacking area. Third is road. And fourth is warehousing. And this is how we are able to get that things done. It has, number one, it has helped in reducing the times, because there used to be a congestion when the vehicles used to come inside the terminal, and there was a huge line of vehicles. So it has got reduced. Earlier it used to take 15 to 20 minutes. Now it has started taking 2 to 3 minutes. Our rail handling, which used to take 5 to 6 hours, it is getting completed in 3 hours. The monitoring of warehousing. The system itself provides us the best place, that what is the place vacant, and when the cargo is going to be cleared from that. And once the cargo gets cleared, it immediately shows it as the space available. So this is how we are able, adopting that modern technology, which is AI based. Apart from that, we have arrangement of a container tracking system where the customer can have information about the status of his containers, either on rail or inside our terminal. Apart from that, we are also going for development of warehousing space. We already have a warehousing space of close to 5 million square feet. Considering the fact that somebody mentioned that with the growth of e-marketing, and as I said that the growth of middle class, requirement of warehousing has become a necessity. And particularly the warehouses which are automated and which are having the state-of-art facilities. So we are already entering into such arrangements with private players also, so that they are able to not just able to store their cargo, and it gives them a complete solution that their cargo comes from port or anywhere, gets stuffed in, gets unloaded in the warehouse, and from the warehouse, as per their requirement, it gets delivered to the consumption center. We are also coming up with development of new MMLPs, particularly in the area, in the state of Punjab, Rajasthan, Uttarakhand, which are the locations closer to industrial clusters, so that the biggest constraint today is that the industrial clusters and the terminals or the cargo where it is getting handled, there is a distance. Say if the distance is the tune of 100 kilometers to 120, the last or first mile logistics becomes very costly. And this has made us think in a manner where we are going closer to the customer, which will bring down again the logistics cost. So from our side, Concor, it's a PSU, is going all out to capitalize on the government initiative and with the support of our industry and trade partners and friends, and of course use of modern technologies and our untiring effort to give a very efficient, sustainable and reliable logistics solution to the nation as a whole. Thank you.
We will have a quick Q&A, 3 to 4 questions only, and after that we will have a quiz. So please raise your hand if you have any question.
What is the quiz question? I'm saying, no, that's my question. What is the quiz question?
Quiz question will be displayed on the screen.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, please raise your hands if you have any question from our panel members. If not, yeah.
We have been hearing about so many developments. Of course, these are all modern technologies, but in the rail movement of iron ore and pellets, we are facing a massive problem, and I don't think any of our esteemed panelists discussed that. Railways came up with a GPWIS scheme. I don't know how successful it is. So anybody can comment. These are all very good for seminar presentations, 4.0 and all. But what is happening on the railways front? The steel industry is really suffering very badly. Iron ore movement, pellet movement. Anybody can throw some light at least. Is there a ray of hope or not?
But Nagar Sahab, I'll take this question not because I have an answer, but I share your problems. So issue here is, why steel industry? Why just iron ore and pellets? Coal, cement, clinker. Every industry is today facing problems on railway front. And yes, the government has come out with policies, particularly the GPWS which you mentioned, which was in a way, we are one of the first people who logged on to it. We are very proud to be there, but the problem is, I was trying to be not negative about it, but there are times when people have to be factual. the policy making has been a clear case of 2 steps front and 3 steps back. So what has happened is this wonderful policy of GPWS which came in was welcomed very much by the industry. People have taken about close to estimates about 500 licenses, of which 300 trains are already on flying. But the irony or the problem is all of it has now got congested within 2 railway zones. As a result of which, the private rakes are actually, if I can use the word of the Indian Railways, interfering with their work. It's harming them more than it's harming, it's actually serving. So what has happened? There's something called a moratorium which has come up. Now, there are no further licenses. So, ये problem है, इसका solution we could not say because I don't have a solution. The solution lies in people like you and me trying to continuously convince the powers that be that we need to, look at our policies afresh. We should also, but there's a learning that you cannot announce policies without being prepared for it. Now, if the same GPWS rakes had been, inducted, say, distributed over 10 divisions, then I don't think we'd had this problem. But the demand, as you know, is in Orissa, Eastern India primarily. And therefore, this East Coast region, East Coast Railways and Southeastern Railways, they are the people who have faced the brunt in a way. So I can choose to be critical, I can choose to be thankful. So there are equal reasons to be both critical and thankful. Thankful that yes, this policy has started, but critical is that there is some scope to be done that we can, strengthen our systems. And so इसमें कहानी तो बहुत लंबी चली. बट इसकी एक दूसरे पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखेंगे तो जिनके पास लाइसेंसेस है और आपके बगल में बैठे हैं साहब, so they have also used it as a wonderful opportunity, as you said, premiums. Yeah, that's how it is. Business में किसी की जीत तो this is a zero sum game. Sorry.
Just to supplement his answer, actually in developed countries, they plan about 1.5 months to 2 months in advance the shipment required and the wagon requirement. And that's how the railways are able to plan. Otherwise, it is very difficult for railways. So this advanced planning is very important. So the preparedness and advanced planning and forecasting. Forecasting is the key for bulk material movement. That's what I understood.
Yeah. One last question, if you permit. Okay. I think very nice points which have come up on both domestic, national and international level. When we are talking about modern logistics or logistics in the modern times, either way, one point comes up is how green is the transportation. Now, whatever we may say, while there is a thrust by the government Ministry of Steel as to find ways and means to produce green steel, and there is a thrust on it, I think transportation of the goods inwards and outwards is, I think, 4 times the actual quantity. And therefore, it has a very, very high impact on the greenness of the product that is being produced. Is there any policy? I was a member of many of the committees in the green steel. I don't think any of the committees covered this point. This would be an area where perhaps has to be brought to the right authorities as to how to cover it and what is being thought of by the logistic owners today on this issue.
As I was mentioning, in advanced countries, what they think is this transportation, logistics, as well as the plants are not separate. They are one family, like brother, sister, parent, like that. So that way, they interact with each other and tell their problems, meet once in a quarter, once in 2 months, like that, so that they have a common forum where they tell their issues, and also the transportation people can tell their issues. So that way there could be, in addition to the legislation and the government rules, this kind of interaction between as a one family. So because there is a saying, blame brings nothing. Solving only helps. So the moment you think that he is not doing, the project is a failure. Any project, any activity in the world is like a project. So project is always a teamwork. So if you understand that railways is also in our team, road transport is also our team, government is also our team. So possibly make a kind of a common forum and express for which only this Metalogic like institutions are there. So this is a good point what you told, but I think I'm sure Monica madam will definitely take it into account. But you understand, from this conference onwards, we should always think we are one team. So no question of it. Because the moment you blame, so it is, then the success won't come. Okay, the blaming, I was taught in British Steel. Yeah, no, even, yeah. There is a way to solve it by discussion. That's what I'm not telling you and blame. So we have to amicably solve it by discussing, because you know your problem better. Unless you discuss, whatever you give in writing also won't be understood.
Yeah.
So I think we should conclude the session, and as per a report by McKinsey Global Institute, if we can improve the efficiency of India's logistics sector, it can boost up the GDP up to 8.4%. And today we are discussing the same. Yes, we are throwing some highlights. So let's move on. So we mentioned a quiz in the earlier session. So I think I should start with it. Please raise your hand if you know the answer, because I can see everyone here. When was Indian national logistic policy unveiled? Oh my God. Yes? 1, 2, 3. All of you 3 can come here, please.
So please come ahead.
So please come.
5 people. Only 5 people we will take it for the first question.
We need 2 more if you have any. Yes, sir. Please come.
And no Google.
Yeah, they raise
so
their hand.
Right, from three people we can answer.
Yes, sir. What's the answer? 17 September 2022. I agree. At Vigyan Bhavan. Okay, at Vigyan Bhavan, Modi ji's birthday. Okay. Okay, I think that we got the best participants today. Can we have a big round of applause for all? Please, please, please don't go. Please don't leave. Please don't leave. We have a gift. Yeah. I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please do the honor. So please come and join us on the stage. Happy Diwali to all of you in advance. And this is a small hamper. So let's come on to the next question. What is the average logistic cost? Okay. Thank God I have not completed the question. Otherwise, they would have been searched on the internet. Okay. So thank you so much for the session. It was wonderful, insightful. Can we have a big round of applause for all these speakers? They were amazing throughout the time. And it's time for a group picture together so that we can conclude the session. First we can have a group picture, then we have mementos. And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present the memento to Mr. Yatendra Pal Suri, Consultant Chemtech Foundation. Thank you so much, sir, for being the wonderful leader and speaker for today's session. Now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present the memento to Mr. J. Rajagopalan, MD Bestmill South Asia. I request Ms. Bachchan to present the memento to Mr. Dinesh Shastri, Managing Director, TM International Logistics Limited. Last but not the least, Mr. Sharad Verma, ED, Head Area North, Concor. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the wonderful and insightful session. So now we have set the tone and the context for today's discussion, and I think we are going really well for today. And now going ahead towards our session first, which is factory logistic for material handling and role of automation and digitalization. For the session, I request Mr. Pankaj Tripathi, General Manager and Regional Operations Manager at CMO SAIL, to please come on the stage and join us. Can we have a big round of applause for him? Along with him, I request Mr. Automation, Bestmill OY. Mr. P.K. Agarwal, Founder and CEO, PPS International. Mr. Gaurav Verma, DGM, Business Development and Branch Head, MN Dastur. So the discussion points would be automated material handling system, how we can implement the automation conveyor system, robotic arms, and how they are beneficial for us. Along with it, just-in-time JIT inventory, deployment of forklifts, pallet jacks, and overhead cranes for the internal movement of heavy material like steel, aluminum, and other metals. Along with it, technology integration and automation for sure. So over to you, all of you, gentlemen. Hanji. So I think we all are set. People who were outside, they are already in. Now I request Mr. Pankaj Tripathi, General Manager and Regional Operation Manager at CMO SAIL, to please begin with the session.
Good morning all. We'll start with a small video clip about Steel Authority of India Limited. Yeah, good morning all. As we saw the small clip, I am Pankaj Tripathi, Regional Operations Manager heading the Northern Region Logistics Department at Central Marketing Organization SAIL, New Delhi. SAIL, as you all know, is a behemoth and the leading player in the industry, in the steel industry. And in this presentation, we'll give you the salient features of how we are handling the huge volume of steel which are produced at different steel plants of the country, and then they are sent to different warehouses for onward distribution to our all strategically important customers who are giving their bid for the national importance projects of strategic importance and national importance. It's an overview of SAIL. SAIL is a leading steel manufacturer in India, manufacturing more than 18 million tons of saleable steel materials annually through its integrated steel plants. SAIL's marketing unit CMO has a robust network of 35 state-of-art warehouses. These are the total pan-India network warehouses which we are speaking about, spread across the country. These warehouses are equipped with advanced handling equipment, and they manage over 7 million tons of steel annually through an efficient road transportation system, utilizing the best fleets available at the moment in the country. And the marketing services group, primarily this is the group which takes care of the entire handling of steel material, right from they are dispatched from the steel plants to our warehouses spread across the country. We maintain a comprehensive network of 20 departmental yards and 15 consignment yards. We oversee the receipt, storage and delivery of materials at SAIL warehouses, ensuring that the materials are handled without damage. We organize transportation of materials by road from plants and warehouses. Decoiling of TMT, this is an important part. Decoiling of TMT coils received from plants at warehouse facilities at 14 locations, pan-India, primarily 8, 10 and 12 mm TMT coils. Then we process semi-finished products into finished goods according to market demands at the facilities of, we have conversion and wet leasing agents spread across the country, at 13 locations across the country. Then we finalize all service contracts associated with these activities, like the handling contract, the surface maintenance contract, the decoiling contracts in all warehouses. And we are responsible for all legal and IT activities in SAIL marketing setup. This is an overview of the SAIL CMO warehouse network. We have 35 warehouses, and the total workforce is above 1,500, which is working presently in these 35 warehouses. We have over 100 freight partners, and with a handling volume of almost 6.8 million tons of steel, which we handled in the last year, 2023-24. We are contributing to almost 43% through the warehouse network to the total sales volume. We are facilitating almost 2.15 million tons of movement by road. That is 13% of the total sales being done by Steel Authority of India Limited. There are 13 decoiling centers and 13 conversion wet leasing agents, as I have previously told. And the in-house equipment facility, this is an important criteria. May kindly note, the in-house equipment facility, there are 21 EOT and 14 RTG cranes which we have in our warehouses. The total land holding of 570.58 acres is the total land we hold in form of the warehouses. Then there are total of 206 security cameras deployed, which you all know is a very critical requirement these days for all the warehouse security, the material which is there in the warehouses. And we have 15 ISO 14001 certified warehouses amongst all these 35 warehouses. And in the next step, we are planning to go for certification of all the warehouses in the country. Now this is an overview of the SAIL CMO warehouse network. As I told, there are 20 departmental warehouses, 15 consignment agency yards, 13 conversion and wet leasing agents, and 14 decoiling operations. This gives you an overview, indication as to how we have handled steel in million tons over the years, starting from 2018-19 to 2024-25. We have reached almost 7 million tons. In this year, it's estimated to be 7 million tons. In 2023-24, we finished at 6.8 million tons. Now, as the previous speakers and the esteemed panelists were speaking about automation in the industry, SAIL is a pioneer in coming up with automation in the industry, which is a basic need of the hour. And these are certain steps which are highlighted, the automation steps taken in Steel Authority of India. The first one is material handling equipment. We have RTG cranes. The MyJack USA-made cranes utilize a magnetic system to handle all types of steel material in the major warehouses of SAIL. In the northern region, I can very proudly say Ghaziabad, Faridabad, these are the warehouses which are equipped with state-of-art equipment, and we handle huge volumes of material, including HR coil and PM plates. These cranes are automated and can be controlled with a single system in both static and dynamic states. Next are the EOT cranes. These are capable of handling consignments received in railway wagons and trucks, trailers. These cranes operate efficiently inside the covered shed or gantries. We are basically handling HR coils, CR coils, and PM plates also with magnets in EOT cranes in the major departmental warehouses of Steel Authority. These cranes are now being upgraded to use C-hooks and magnetic chucks to handle all types of materials. Then we have tire-mounted mobile cranes. This is also an important equipment in most of our warehouses. These cranes provide flexibility in operations, allowing for the handling of steel material in every nook and corner of the warehouse with a 360-degree rotation capability. In fact, this is a very vital instrument as most of the warehouses are quite spread out, and each warehouse is handling, major warehouses are handling approximately 60 to 70,000 tons per month. Then we have GPS-enabled flatbed trailers. These are used for intra-warehouse movement, and these trailers transport steel material in designated ways along with a predetermined path. The benefits of these systems are increased handling efficiency, damage-free handling and reduced manual handling risks, improved safety standards through mechanization and automation. This is a depiction of the RTG crane in our warehouses. The way, as you can see, it's handling, it's loading HR coil using a C-hook. This is an EOT crane inside our covered sheds in most of our departmental warehouses, used for loading primarily HR coil and CR coils. This is that 360-degree mobile crane. This is also using loading HR coils in bigger yards. Now coming to the most important step, which almost everybody is aware, and most of the people are taking it in their warehouses, the Industry 4.0 initiatives. This is the QR code, use of QR code in proper identification and delivery of items from the warehouses, right from the time it is getting dispatched from our manufacturing units like Bokaro, Rourkela, Bhilai. Now, these are the details of automated material handling systems which we have taken as per the digital initiatives in our warehouses. The first one is vehicle entry and exit systems. The vehicle entry and exit system is fully automated with boom barriers, allowing for the seamless movement of vehicles through the ANPR. Now, this is a game changer. ANPR are automatic number plate recognition cameras, and these are integrated with system on real-time basis. There is no human interface required. There is no vehicle entering in all of our yards without the boom barriers. No vehicle enters manually. Gate with boom barrier opens only when the entry or exit of a vehicle is authorized by the system, eliminating the need for human intervention. The system captures and stores images of vehicles with the loads as they leave the warehouse on the server. Now, the advantages of this system is it's a fully automated entry-exit system which announces the warehouse security and prevents unauthorized deliveries, entry or exit. Now, the enhanced security is supported by state-of-art CCTV surveillance, which is spread across the warehouses. The CCTV cameras are at various strategic locations, including the entry and exit point, the railway gates, and these features night vision, that PTZ cameras, pan, tilt and zoom cameras, footage backup, and real-time access for authorized personnel. In fact, most of our warehouse personnel, after the warehouse hours also, can see the CCTV backup, the CCTV feed on their mobile cameras. Fully automated advanced weighbridge system. Now, this is an advanced weighbridge system which we have installed in most of our warehouses, departmental warehouses. The unmanned weighbridge system. All warehouses are equipped with an automatic weighing system that operates through ANPR cameras, requiring no human interface. SAIL is the first to implement this fully unmanned system, which is integrated for real-time data capture, eliminating the need for any human personnel. The system captures photographs of materials loaded on vehicles at the time of weighment and sends them to a central server. The main advantages of this are it provides accurate weighing of incoming and outgoing material. Now, the digitization of SAIL warehouses. As you can see, there is a mobile app given to all the loading supervisors where he has the details of the material to be loaded based on the loading slip of the material, the vehicle coming in with the loading slip. The loading supervisor is guided to the material. He loads after confirmation in the app. The vehicle arrives at the weighbridge gate. The camera opens, the ANPR camera opens after matching the vehicle number with the loading slip. And then on acceptance of the loaded weight, the weight gets recorded in the system for invoice generation, and finally the invoice is generated. Now this system is being followed in most of departmental warehouses. Just-in-time inventory systems. Now this is the primary requirement of most of the steel producers in the country, especially who are handling higher and larger volumes. Now just-in-time inventory management aligns inventory levels with customer demand, minimizing waste and storage costs. The system takes into account the consumption patterns of major customers, allowing materials to be requisitioned in line with just-in-time principles. Now the huge inventory cost necessitates this kind of a system to be incorporated in all the yards. It utilizes real-time data and market predictions to accurately forecast demand. Now this system accomplishes steel materials are produced at various plants based on confirmed customer orders. Products are dispatched directly via wagons or road transportation to customer premises in direct dispatch or to the warehouses for onward deliveries. An efficient and robust order management system through SAP helps in maintaining optimum inventory levels at warehouses based on customer demands, consumption pattern, so that materials are kept ready on the shelf. This helps to cater to the requirements of small customers and project or retail customers or actual OEMs who want the materials in smaller tonnages but throughout the month. Now storage and tracking of steel materials, which is an important part of the day-to-day working in any warehouse. Steel materials are stored in pre-designed bays featuring geofencing technology. Initially, now this is being implemented initially at our Kolkata and Bangalore warehouses. This system ensures organized management and easy traceability of the material. Real-time tracking through SAP enhances visibility and oversight. Additionally, the integration of Bharat QR codes with our SAP system enables accurate identification and complete tracking of material movement, eliminating the risk of incorrect deliveries, and it gives real-time tracking of materials to the customers. The next system explains as to how we are tracking the material. The system is called Integrated Vehicle Tracking System, IVTS. This is a SIM-based tracking system, the mobile SIM-based tracking system, which helps in tracking of trucks and trailer movements, right from the moment they are dispatched from our warehouses to various customer premises. It's a live location tracking until delivery at the customer sites, enhanced accountability and transparency throughout the delivery process, online receipt of proof of delivery from customers. This is a very important criteria, as the material has been received by the customer and he gives the proof of receipt, facilitating faster processing of transportation bills. Okay. Customers can also track vehicles and receive real-time status updates. Now, as I have already explained, we have more than 100 of the India's top fleet owners, all IBA registered, who are our logistic partners. And in 2023-24, we have done about 8 lakh tons of door deliveries. These are the pictures of some recent developments that have taken place. Liberalized Special Freight Train Operators Scheme, that is LSFTO. These are details of integrated vehicle system, which I already told you. The QR code, the dynamic QR code, how we are operating in our system. This is in detail, we have explained as to how the automation strategy works. The efforts which we are taking to augment security at SAIL warehouses. As you can see, the CCTV with nighttime vision is incorporated in all the warehouses of SAIL. The training and awareness, the safety, the most important benchmark of any good working warehouse, safety. A safety talk, safety pledge, safety training and distribution of safety Veer awards. Various schemes have been implemented in SAIL warehouses to have a safe working. These are the details of technology integration, which I have already told you. The way forward, and the way forward for SAIL to augment capability for handling 16 million tons, approximately 45% of 35 million tons of steel that will be produced by 2030. To create an end-to-end connected logistics systems is a challenge, and we all are working towards it. These are certain new services which we have introduced. The model warehouses with value addition through service kiosks, where the customers can do most of the jobs themselves. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now I request Mr. P.K. Agarwal, founder and CEO, PBS International, to please come on the dais and share his insights and inputs on the same.
Very good morning to everybody, my session colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is P.K. Agarwal and I'm the founder and CEO of a company called PPS International. We are a Greater Noida based company. We are into manufacturing of very specialized equipments required in railway industry. I'm into railway business for almost 35 years. So we have only one customer called Indian Railways. This is the first time for me to come and present my equipment, which can be used for the logistics in this kind of industry. And thanks to Monica Bachchan to invite me for this session. So I just start some presentation. And in the previous session and in the inaugural session, we discussed about the logistic cost. How we can reduce the logistic cost because it is already in the 2-digit form at the moment. So what we have done is we are basically making the import substitutes, developing new ideas from our experience. So we have developed many equipments, and so far we have developed more than 50 import substitutes. And this is one of the items which is changing the complete game changer for the logistic requirements. When we talk about the maximum material transported by railways, we have never identified where is the bottleneck. I would like to explain you before I start my presentation, what are the bottlenecks presently every company is facing. Railway is giving you the rakes, and the rakes are coming on the electric locomotive up to the main line, and after that it is the responsibility of the logistic companies or the companies who are, who wants to transport their material to take that rake up to their loading point through a diesel locomotive. There you need to change the locomotive from electric to diesel, move the train to the loading point, again you take the train back to the main line by your own diesel locomotive, and then again electric locomotive would be changed, and then it will be taken on the main line. So how much time we are wasting on changing the locomotive from electric to diesel and again diesel to electric. So the idea came to our mind, can't we make the complete electrification of that particular line so that the train directly comes from the main line to the loading point, and then the issue would be what? There would be OHE on top of it, so how to load? So we have moved the OHE in less than 1 minute. So this is the innovation what we have done for the first time in the country, and this equipment is already in use in railways, but many people, they are not aware because we are not in a position to market so efficiently. So I would like to present certain videos, animated videos, how our concept is working. So let me start on this presentation. So this is the equipment what I'm talking about. Normally the OHE is with the flexible wire, but on the loading point, the main problem comes how to cross the electric locomotive without the OHE wire. So what we have done is we have made a rigid catenary for certain section which can vary depending upon the loading. There are two types of loading. One is like the coal loading under silo, where you require to move the train only for, let's say, 40 meters to cross from under the silo. That means when you are loading the coal, you require train to move at a very slow speed. It means the train loading, rake loading is on the moving condition. Second situation comes when you want to load, let's say, container. That means you have to keep the train in the standing position, and you need a complete OHE of around 600, 700 meters to load the entire train. So we have both the solution. Third position comes when you have, let's say, oversized containers, and you need to pass on through the level crossing. There, this height of the OHE is 5.8 meters, but your container size is more than that. So how to move that? So we have even designed there where you can raise the OHE up to 5 to 6 meters, and then you can let your ODC pass through the LC, and this operation takes less than 5 minutes. Otherwise, for many, many days, people have to wait. Their trucks are waiting at the level crossing before, railway is removing their OHE for a couple of hours and then letting your truck to pass, and again they bring it back. So this is the equipment called RRCS, Retractable Rigid OHE System. How it works, that will be shown in the video. So RDSO has already made some kind of, a draft specification, what we call as the instructions, how it should work under different conditions. So there is a document from RDSO. We have already, developed this complete system, got the type tested from the CPRI, already approved by railways. It's working in Northern Railways, so Northern Railway Chief Engineer has already approved the system. So let us take one example of DFCC. How the system is working in the DFCC at the moment, and what will happen if we change this to our equipment. So these are the different application areas which I explained already. So first of all, I would like to explain what are the benefits of this equipment. What are the operational benefits? It means, first of all, you are using directly electric locomotive, so no need to use any diesel locomotive. So that means you are saving huge on the diesel locomotive. I will also give you a calculation how much you would save on one locomotive of diesel. Diesel locomotive, how much expenses you are doing every year, that I would also show you after the presentation. Then minimize the rake loading time. Presently you are getting only 3 hours. But I think there is hardly any company who is loading their train, the complete rake in 3 hours. They are definitely paying at least 1 to 2 hours as a demurrage charges. That also I will explain. Then improves wagon turnaround time. In the previous session, it was discussed what are the inefficiencies. Means you are not getting the rakes in time. Improve the efficiency by turning out faster. Then very difficult to get the spares of the diesel locomotive. As everybody knows, diesel locomotives has been phased out from Indian Railways. New loco production is already stopped. So all the locomotives, they are working only by the cannibalization of the spares part from the other locomotives, because all the companies who were involved in manufacturing these spares, they have already stopped the manufacturing of those components. Then shunting time, you are reducing at least 30 minutes of shunting time by changing the loco from electric to diesel and diesel to electric. Then zero carbon emission. When you are not using any more diesel locomotive, obviously you are also contributing to the non-polluting areas. And then there are many features like this. I will go a little bit faster. So first of all, let us talk about the diesel expenses. I think many of you must be knowing that diesel locomotives are never switched off. Even if it is not used, it is always running in the on condition. When it is in the on condition, it is taking about 30 liters of diesel every hour. And when the loco is moving, that time it takes about 530 liters per hour. So this is the diesel consumption on one locomotive. Then manpower cost, maintenance expenses, and the fixed expenses like demurrage charges. So this is the small calculation for suppose a loco is used for 4 hours in a day. That means 20 hours is the idle condition. So 20 hours, 30 liters per hour, around 600 liters, 2000 liters around for 4 hours working. That makes about 3000 liters of diesel every day. And an average price of 90 rupees, the diesel cost per month is about 68.85 lakhs, and in a year you are spending about 9.4 crore only on each diesel locomotive, only on diesel. Then the maintenance expenses, approximately 1.1 crore per year. Then the salary of the drivers and the assistant driver, which comes about 75 lakhs a year. And these are very conservative figures. So when we talk about, if we have, let's say, diesel loco costing, so roughly about 10 to 12 crores in a year, we are spending only on diesel locomotive per year. If somebody is having 4 or 5 locomotives, you can imagine how much expenses you are doing only in the diesel locomotive maintenance. So these are demurrage charges. Railway is charging 150 rupees per hour per wagon. In case if the train is, rake is stopped for another 2 hours, you can imagine how much expenses on the demurrage alone. So this is our company profile. We are ISO 9000 and IRIS certified company. We have got 3 world-class factories in Greater Noida, more than 500 employees. Oh, where is the video? वीडियो नंबर इसमें 4 अच्छा ओके ये यहाँ पे लिख दीजिए ना हाँ बड़ा दे दीजिए This is how present the top. When we provide this equipment, directly train is going on the loading area with the electric locomotive. Switching off the power and retracting to the side. So this was one application. Same thing we can do it for the ports. Now this is another application for the coal loading, where the train is moving at a very slow speed and one by one all the wagons are being filled. So this is all about this equipment which we have developed 100% in India. One thing I would like to tell you, that railway is giving only the rakes and their locomotives. But rest of the things has to be organized by the manufacturer or the loading point or the terminal owners itself. So their investment, return on investment is less than 4 to 5 months. This is our guarantee, and this improves the efficiency like anything, because the operation of the whole equipment takes less than 1 minute. I have already distributed the catalogs in our one of the back, and as we are in the festive season, there is a beautiful gift inside, which is a souvenir called Hanumanji Ka Gada, and that I would like everybody to carry with them. And if anybody is traveling with the hand luggage, please do not carry in the hand luggage, otherwise security will take it away. So better to put it in the checked in baggage. Thank you very much. Any question? You are most welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. And now I request Mr. Thomas Wee, Head Automation, Pesmil, to please come on the podium and share his inputs and thoughts on the current topic. Can we have a big round of applause?
Yes. This is the next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank Metalogic for arranging this conference, which is, the topic is very global and also important for our company. And also I would like to thank Pesmel for providing me the opportunity to come and speak to you about this important topic. My name is Tuomas Vuorenmaa, and I'm the manager of our ICT engineering in Pesmel. So me and my team, we are responsible of all the software and digitalization development in our company. First of all, let's set the scene and talk something about the goals of my presentation. The goal at the end of my presentation, I hope that we share the common understanding about the concept of integrated material flow and the benefits that can be achieved. Due to my background on the software side, I will be focusing on digital tools and also utilization of a digital twin in these material flow solutions. Also, one clarification is that when I'm speaking about warehouse management system, it also covers the yard management system. So I will not be speaking about both, but I will mean it will cover the both. And Pesmel is a long-standing supplier of in-mill logistics systems and warehousing solutions for various industries, including steel industry. And also we are providing this warehouse management systems as part of our solutions. Challenges in a steel plant. Main focus on the development of steel plants has been involving about the process lines and the main equipment. The material flow and the warehousing between these processes. So basically what is happening between the key processes is often not so efficient. The plant environment consists of various individual equipment and which are not so well connected. Logistics and warehouse are often manually operated, made by various suppliers and using different technologies. Like there can be coil yards with overhead cranes, ASRS systems, coil transfer cars, various truck and train loading and unloading equipment, and also forklifts. What we are proposing to this challenge, we have seen that by integrating the mill logistics with a centralized control system can bring a lot of benefits. When you combine intelligent material flow, process integration, automated warehousing and logistics, and all-in-one user interface, you can create a plant-wide solution to cover it. With the centralized control system, you can simplify the material flow between the processes and bring the main processes closer to each other. All mill logistics operations can be under one control system. And it's not dependent on any specific technology or equipment. When individual equipment is made to operate seamlessly together, you can gain more throughput when the equipment capacity is already maxed out. You can balance the utilization of the equipment. And it's all when you have control over the whole material flow cycle, you can enable better this like just-in-time deliveries. A single WMS system can control all of these functions from coil arrival to dispatch, like intermediate warehousing with ASRS, coil car systems, yard management, EOT cranes, packing a warehouse, a stacker crane, coil car, overhead crane, how they interact with each other, and how they are connected to the mill processes to do this. And you can get production data and shipping data, and you can get the validation out of it. And it can give you the guidelines for the software development. But what you are not getting is the actual software that will be run in your production system. And there will always be a gap between the simulation team and the control system development teams. But if you use a digital twin platform like what we have developed, you have one tool from simulation to production. The platform includes the WMS software, the actual software, visualization model, and the simulation engine. The simulation engine includes virtual models of the physical devices, and all the performance is based on collected data. And of course, it's natively integrated with the WMS. How you use it over the life cycle? So in the beginning, you can use this digital twin platform to validate the concept and even make changes before you make any expensive commitments. During the simulation and development, you are using the actual WMS software. So all the algorithms and optimizations are developed directly to the WMS software that will run your production later on. It enables virtual commissioning before any structures have been even built. You can shorten the commissioning time and secure the startup. And you can train the operators in advance, so they know when the system is running, how to operate it. It makes it possible to test different scenarios and changes to your production without hindering the production. And it makes it possible to develop your production plant in the future. Like you have capacity increases or process development needs, which you may need later on. You can use this digital twin safely. One of our customers told us this quote. We had 24 hours to commission a huge project for them without bothering their production. So they were also saying that previously the simulation only provided the guidelines, and today it gives a fully functional software ready for production and significantly shortens the commissioning time. To summarize, integrating material flow solutions and complex material flow solutions is possible with digitalization, independent on the platform or the equipment used in the plant. When you involve these digital tools, you can simplify the software architecture and make the throughput of your production very efficient, even with the auxiliary equipment involved. An easy user interface provides a lot of future expansion capabilities. And digital twin is a key enabler over the process lifecycle. So one tool from validation to simulation, production, and optimization. And also not to forget about the process development and other future changes. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas, for the wonderful presentation and sharing your thoughts and insights with us. Now I request Mr. Gaurav Verma, DGM, Business Development and Branch Head, M&S2, to please come and present his views.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected seniors, dear friends, and thank you, Metalogic, for this opportunity. Since morning we have talked about importance of logistics and every aspect of life, whether it is factories, industries, or maybe battles or wars which have been lost due to insufficient logistics. One of the glaring examples being the Napoleon Bonaparte when he tried to force a war on Russia. One of the reasons was insufficient logistics. So we as a consultant, we are very much focused and obsessed with the EBITDA improvement opportunity, be it from any parameter, be it process efficiency, productivity improvement, energy usage optimization, technology adoption, or decarbonization now. So in this, we'll be focusing more on in-plant logistics improvement. And logistics, since morning, it's a science of managing the movement of goods from acquisition to consumption. So this is what we, M&S2 as a company, has been doing for the last almost 70 years, driving synergies between technology, engineering, and economics. So our main focus, one of the major focus is on optimized design or layout of the plants and logistics which have a provision for future expansions. So our value proposition consists of technology, engineering, and economics. And for this, we have been trusted by various clients around the globe for the last 70 years. And we'll be proud to say perhaps there is no one who is attached to the steel is not aware about M&S2. So when we talk of supply chain and logistics, these are the two main parameters, capacity optimization and operations optimizations, which has to be looked into. Capacity optimization being taken care by asset utilization. Most of the time we have assets at place, but however, we are not able to extract the maximum capacity of the existing assets. So after that, hidden capacity extraction, all the systems practically, they have some hidden capacity. So by extracting that capacity, we can improve the logistics or supply chains with minimal investment or at times zero investment. And then scaling, making the operations layout flexible and layout optimization. With some here and there, we can increase the overall efficiency of the layout. Second, operations optimization. Cycle time reduction, it may be as simple as like increasing the speed of the crane at times, provided we have carried out a bottleneck analysis. And then accordingly planning logistics and redesigning supply chains. So the main objective here is how we can improve the financial viability considering CAPEX requirement, OPEX, and ultimate benefits to our end clients. So we'll be presenting a few case studies here. This was a case of 3 million ton capacity expansion by an integrated steel plant. So the problems they were facing was high turnaround time because the incoming rakes were electrical locomotives by Indian Railways. However, the plant was operating with diesel locomotives. As a result, they were facing high demurrage cost, throughput was low, equipment utilization was low, numerous wagon splits because the longer rakes which were being provided by railways were not able to cater to a single strand of the wagon tipplers. Due to this, we have to carry out these all small list of 6, 7 points like logistics analysis, rail transport analysis, time and motion study, congestion analysis, discrete event simulation, and scenario sensitivity analysis. So the solutions which we suggested to the client, closure of some of the multiple low capacity tipplers and install less number of high capacity tipplers, some placement of new tipplers, electrification, so that the incoming railway rack can directly go to the wagon tipplers locations for unloading the rakes. Agrawal sir, something very similar which you have told in your presentation. So with this, what we were able to give to the client, operational cost of almost $30 million for the next 25 years and present benefits of around $23 million while making this scheme operational. So it was a battle between traditional approach, increasing the capacity in accordance with the required expansion capacity. And the second one was hidden capacity analysis. And this was how we did it. We have mapped the entire network. We carried out a discrete event simulation studies to optimize their layout, suggested some new unloading points, removed some of the points, and this was the final results. Iron ore capacity from 11 million tons to 18 million tons we were able to give to the client. And the most important benefit was faster turnaround by reducing the number of tipplers which were in the system. One of the reasons was because of the lengthy rakes, there was a delay on unloading the part because most of the rakes were concentrated at the initial stages. So next, now going to the plant logistics. So this study was carried out for a steel melt shop. The problem was high tap-to-tap time because of its low productivity and low utilization of caster. So again, we carried out data analysis. Entire steel making process was analyzed. And finally, the solution, some here and there. And with an investment of $8 million, additional profits of $5 million were suggested to the clients, and payback period was only 1 year and 7 months. And this is how we have done this study. So this is a small video, how we have simulated the entire steel making process. So basically, we have replicated the steel making process, and then suggestions were provided to the client. The most important being 28% in the melt shop throughput, and EBITDA improvement of almost $4 to $6 per ton, which is a huge considering the competitiveness of steel industry. And third, again, another case study. Basically, this was the integration between the inbound logistics and the in-plant logistics. So as a result, very high amount of hot metal was staying on the track due to the congestion in the network. As a result, the hot metal temperature was going down. Again, that hot metal has to be heated up in the ladle refining furnaces before it was being sent to the casters. So again, same approach. So by suggesting a couple of ladle refining furnaces just before the casters, we were able to reduce the waiting time with 85%, with more flexibility in the operations. And in terms of net money, almost $3 million of benefits per year we were able to suggest to the client. So this already Sudhi sir has covered in his talk. So I'm glad I am on the right track. So we believe in a facility which is lean, a seamless flow of people, materials, minimal inventory build-up. Finally, the synergy between operations, equipment, materials is very crucial for a successful, or I'll say optimized layout of any facility. It's not, we are carrying out such studies for almost all of the clients. Our first is Tata Metallics, in which other than in-plant movement, we have also carried out a transportation study within the plant premises. So I'll just go over through this. This is what Dastur is carrying out studies, starting from raw materials till operation and the final product mix. And we are not talking this for industry perspective only. In the COVID and after COVID, we are also working on a lean, mean workforce so that our deliverables are met at right cost, at right quantity, to the right requirements. Maximizing efficiency and productivity and zero compromise on quality. So we are headquartered in Kolkata, but we are located across the globe. And with this, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaurav Verma, for the wonderful presentation. And now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to please come on the stage and present this memento and token of appreciation and respect to our speakers. I request Ms. Bachchan to please present the memento to Mr. Pankaj Tripathi, Journal Manager and Regional Operations Manager at SMO SAIL. Thank you so much, sir. I request Ms. Bachchan to present the memento to Mr. P.K. Agarwal, Founder and CEO, PPS International. To Mr. Thomas Wee, Head Automation, PESMIL. And last but not the least, Mr. Gaurav Verma, DGM, Business Development and Branch Head, MN Dastur. Gentlemen, I request all of you to please have a group picture. If you can come along with your mementos, then that would be cherry on the cake. Thank you so much. So I think now we can have the questionnaire once again. And please raise your hand if you want to participate in the quiz. Only 5 people are allowed at a... Sir, please come. Yes. Yes, please come. One, 2, 3 more. We have 3, 4, 1 more. So can I come to the question? So what is the average logistic cost as a percentage of GDP in India? He raised his hand first.
14 to 16%.
Sorry?
14 to 16%.
14 to 16%. Sir, can you explain how this is calculated? Please give him the mic.
The exact calculations, it was there in one of the slides, I remember. That is from the... I remember that figure.
Okay.
The steel sector is 16 to 18%.
So you have a very good retention then. You were a good listener. But we requested Yeah. So the question is, I'm repeating the question once again. What is the average logistic cost as a percent of GDP in India?
Again, see, if you have to logically deduce this, right, as a part of GDP. So GDP constitutes of the imports and exports that we do, right? And for exporting anything, we have to go by ship and air. And for imports, it's about the rail and road as well, right? So if we calculate the total amount of imports and exports that have been done to all the, logistic avenues, like whether it is road, shipping, air, and rail, and if we calculate this as a part of the total GDP, then we can reduce the percentage arrived.
But how we are dividing it? What is the exact equation, how we are calculating it?
Okay.
We must be dividing it with a particular number. So what is the denominator here?
So denominator should be, so GDP, right? So
yes. So can we have a big round of applause for him? So,
myself Vishnukant Vittalrao from MSPL Limited.
So please come on the stage and join us. I request Ms. Bachchan to please present this hamper, Diwali hamper I should say.
Yes, this is just on a lighter note. We are doing this one activity as a
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And now we have special presentation on logistics services by Ms. Sulochana Ghosh, Chief MNS Railways and Business Excellence. Can we have a round of applause for her? Thank you. All the best.
A very good afternoon to all the distinguished guests here. I'm Sulochana, and I would be talking about logistics more from the theme that was given to us, that is modern logistics. Previous speakers and my boss, Mr. Dinesh Shastri, redefined it, saying that it should be not modern logistics, but logistics in modern times. So I'll try to kind of maneuver within these the timelines. So Haiva Paiva to all the guests from Finland. I think that is how you greet them. Good afternoon and good day. So this is a extract from KPMG, and it builds the context for my presentation and also what has been discussed since morning till now. If you see, it's a little dated report. I think it was 2022 there, and we have taken these inputs and insights to bring the key parameters that we would like to be discussing here. So typically, if you see, the way we are seeing logistics or modern logistics, the priorities from a customer perspective is changing. Earlier, we were more on where is the cargo, to now we ask that you let me know when the cargo has left the origin point, and you let me know when the cargo has reached the plant. So that is the end-to-end visibility, and when we talk about end-to-end visibility, it will have a lot of touch points on technology, and it will have a lot of touch points on data as well. The second piece, which is more on sustainability practices, and I will bring here my personal experience that in last two conferences which I had the opportunity to attend upon, though they were different theme-based conferences. One was on steel industry and how steel industry is transforming going forward, taking sustainability as a key focal point. The other conference was on sustainability, and it was more from, Industry 5.0 and how supply chain management is acting a key role there. Distinctly different kind of conferences, but yes, if there is a common point which I have to, bring here, and that was the sustainability practices, and a lot of work that is going around here, and since there are industry leaders here, people from strategy divisions, people from procurement, I would like to, leave a point here that how many times our buying decisions or our business notes are actually having sustainability as an element and as a focus point. Unless that becomes, the key to take it forward, I think this is more still, we are talking on fringes, and we have to make it really core. The third point, which I think we all believe that cost is very critical, and yes, whatever we do, nobody is wanting to pay a premium for the services that we can say are differentiators like sustainability. So yes, we have to bring it at that rupees per ton cost that suits you. So with this thought, I'll just move to the next slide, which again will kind of summarize that what I was talking about. So when we say cost now, the cost has two crystal clear elements. One is economic, which we all know, that is kind of per ton rupees pricing that we play. But the second is social. And here I would like to impress and stress that social is something what we are giving back to environment, what we are giving back to society. So it's very important that through our services, how we are impacting the social element, we have to bring it in our core decision making. Resilient is, I will say, it's a more synonymous word when we heard COVID and how everybody started using multiple different ways, suddenly inventory. So a lot of things are already there as alternative transport modes, and I would like to touch upon in my next slides from a resilience perspective. Reliability, I think I'll not spend too much time here, because reliability is something that we have to make a centerpiece when we talk about giving services to customers. Now, some of the enablers which can support modern logistics, and if I go take you back to the first element of cost, which talks about social as one of the key levers, then a lot of points in terms of reduction in carbon footprint, which is towards the right of the slide, even a reduction of idle weight, which comes from operational efficiency by using your assets better, by rotating them well, and network optimization. But yes, interesting is that players are already taking care of biofuel, LNG, and cleaner fuels as alternatives. We do speak about inland coastal as an alternative nascent stage, and it needs more participation and encouragement from all the industry players to make it a key success factor. I'll move on to the next slide, and this I have placed more as a knowledge snippet. We all know, I mean, most of us know about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 as an carbon emission factors. Typically, scope 1 restricts itself to what the company generates directly, easy to understand and easy to measure. When it comes to scope 3, it is around your electricity purchase and utilization, again something we understand and we measure it better. But when it comes to scope 3 and there, logistics becomes a part of your the scope 3 part, because it is something which you do not have a direct control. You have outsourced it to other parties. And this particular space logistics, both upstream and upstream, becomes a part of your scope 3. Interestingly, while most of the companies here have taken net zero targets, and I'm bringing an Indian context here because maybe internationally and our other European players, when they speak about scope 3, I mean net zero targets, they include scope 3 also as a base element. But when we talk in Indian context, most of the companies are only restricting their emissions to scope 1 and scope 2. However, scope 3 becomes a very critical part because it adds up to a huge percentage in terms of your entire carbon emission. This specifically, the data of 31% reporting cases will get validated because manufacturing industry, if we take just the example because this was more towards steel and minerals. So manufacturing industry, 40% of the emissions are coming from scope 3 data, yet it is not getting recorded. So I leave a point here that is it a compelling case if we are actually talking about net zero targets, then scope 3 inclusion becomes a very compelling case. So that's the point I wanted to bring it out here from a knowledge perspective. Now, recently, since I'm talking about TMILL, we have done our carbon footprinting, and we have taken care of all the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. And just to give a sense that being a logistics company of 1,600 crores revenue or top line data points, we generate 1.84 lakh tons of CO2 annually. So this is just a perspective. Also, a request to all the key players here who are actually taking the sustainability journey forward in your organization. This is a point to ponder. So with that note, I'll move to the next slide. This is the organization that I represent. So if you see TMILL, it started in 2002, and we are a JV of Tata Steel, NYK, and IQ Martrade. It's a German company. We started more as a port operator in Haldia as Terminal 13, which we call the name of the terminal. And today, as I stand here, we have, it's all highlighted in blue shades to just give you a sense that we have moved in last 2 decades a long journey. And as I stand here and speak, I think specialization in steel, bulk, and project is our forte. Now, we do have a stall out here where we have talked about our services, but in specific, we have given more focus to our railway vertical. And with this slide, little glimpses of the services that we provide. So as I said, in Haldia, we are based out in our port and port logistics services. We have our own terminal. We have our own assets. As you can see, these cranes. And apart from that, in ports, we are also active in Paradeep. So it is little Eastern-centric. Maritime services is more to do with your vessel agency calls and nominating vessels, declaring vessels in ports, and that is also an activity that we do. The second activity, which is again very much EXIM related, is customs clearance and inland logistics. This is where we do the customs clearance, and I have had the opportunity to work in customs clearance at 2 different time intervals. So if I have to again bring modern logistics from a customer perspective or a point of view, then yes, 10 years back, a customer would ask me that, is the duty paid and has the shipment moved out of Kolkata? Today, the question or the articulation of that question is very different, and they would ask that when is it reaching the plant? And we also have to give them GPS access visibility of the cargo. So those are some of the key change in redefining the customer, I would say, deliverables. Freight forwarding, I think it's a very key or a vital logistics service. I would not spend much time on that. Railways, I have a detailed slide. Other than railways, we are into warehousing. Shipping, this is a picture of our own ship, which you can see here. It's a Panamax bulker. And we as logistics player are also piloting or experimenting some new modes of transport. And I have some data points which would make a lot of sense to all of you. And I would also request you to, take it forward. So you have to give me some more time, sorry. So these are some specialized wagons that I have placed out here. There are more models here, but one key point which I would like to place upon here is that while it takes steel, finished goods, or raw materials, and there was discussion about GPWS policy, some operational challenges, but the fact remains that this mode of transport is helping us to really improve our carbon footprint for our customers. Just to put a place here that people who are from railway, they know this is an exact RR or a railway receipt, and it gives you exact numbers of points that you have earned only by moving the cargo through a rail mode and not through road. While this is more a motivation to use rail as an alternative mode, but moment this gets linked in future to, I would say, an incentive, a commercial incentive or a financial incentive, the plan for railway to improve their modal shift from 27 to 45% will get accelerated, and that's my personal view. I have talked about it, and let me bring out here the two case examples which I was referring to. The first one is moving a shipment from Kolkata to Agartala. These 64 is just the carbon emissions that are coming out, or CO2 tonnage that is coming out from this movement. And if I have moved the same, and we have moved this, so it's a pilot, through a Bangladesh protocol routeways. So here the emission is, you can say it's almost 1/3. Interestingly, this was equivalent to the per ton cost that we had through a road transport. So that was the first point to tick for our customers. And after that, yes, there are challenges. As I said, that we need more, players or industry players to understand multimodal or coastal movement as a way of modal shift. And current challenges that we do have some infrastructural challenges because of the depth of the river routes and etc. But 2-3 players, if they just come together and if we consolidate the cargo and make that cargo size, it's a good opportunity to, I would say, I won't say save cost, but save your carbon footprint. This is another example, interesting, lot of efforts gone here. I think it's 113 ton cargo, which we are showing here. And it's a ball mill shell, it's for steel plant. And it has moved all the way from Tuticorin to Jharkhand. Opportunities for us to showcase that, yes, this is possible. So a lot of arrangements were done to move this smoothly from here to Jharkhand, from Tamil Nadu. Since I'm on a time stopgap, I think I don't have much to speak here, but quickly give me 2 minutes. I represent an organization which is in as I said, port operations and vessel agency. I think the highlight of the slide is we almost handle 17 million ton of cargo per annum, and we are handling 600 plus vessel calls in port agency. We are into freight forwarding, and I think I mentioned earlier that project shipment is our key forte, and we have managed last year 10 air charters for JLR from Dammam to UK, and we take a lot of pride because a very crucial team has worked around it round the clock to make it happen. We are into warehousing and supply chain also, and handling of customized Pravesh doors. So this is, our team is out here. You can chat more with them to understand more about our warehousing services. We are also into shipping services. This is our subsidiary which works out of Dubai. And we have two of our own ships, one small size and one Panamax that has spoken about. So with this, I think the last slide, we have touched upon a lot of things where data becomes a key point. And as TMIL, we have moved to cloud. We have SAP S/4HANA as our application architecture. We do have projects where we have integrated our systems with our customers. This more from a customs perspective, I'm saying. And since we are handling a lot of data, I think one very critical aspect is also that we are ISO 27001 certified, which is more from security and data privacy perspective. So with this, I would like to say thank you. And one last slide, which talks about the vision of TMIL, but we take a lot of pride in saying that we are honored as a dream company to work for, and there are other accolades also associated with TMIL. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. And this is the last slide I would like to leave you all with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sulochana Ghosh. And I request Ms. Bachchan to please come on the stage and present a memento to Ms. Ghosh for the wonderful session and the insights shared with us. Thank you once again. And now it's time for the quiz, time for the hamper. So top 5, please raise your hands who want to participate in the quiz. After that, we can proceed for the lunch. Please raise your hand. Then I'll display the question here. So I think we have all 5. 5. So I think I should ask the question now. What is the share of road transportation in India's total freight movement? Yes, sir? 62%. Sir? 68%. Any more guesses?
70%.
68 is the correct, sir. But please explain how we are calculating it.
Most of the transportation in India done by the road.
So, but how we are calculating it? How this percentage is coming out?
This is obvious that approximately 2/3 of the transportation will be done by road in India, and after that there is a railway, and minimum transportation is done by the waterway.
Okay.
See, that is the gist of that.
मतलब ये 68% जो आ रहा है वो कैसे आ रहा है? इसका कुछ फॉर्मूला भी होगा?
I said that around 2/3. 66 to 68.
True that. टोटल रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट का जो कंपोनेंट है उसको रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट और एनी अदर ट्रांसपोर्ट अगर मैं इसमें चेंज भी कर देती डिवाइड बाय द टोटल कंपोनेंट. सो partially you were correct, but he gave the correct explanation. No worries, sir. Thank you so much. Mr. Rajat, please. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. Happy Diwali to Mr. Rajat. And happy Diwali to all of you once again. I request all of you to please proceed towards lunch area, but please meet me sharp at 1:50. And the next session we have pipes and tubes logistic for liquid and gas transportation post lunch. So please meet me sharp at 1:50. Enjoy your lunch. Have a great time.
This is a firm. This is a firm where ideas are cultivated and nurtured, where innovations in the steel value chain are recognized before it becomes the new black.
Welcome to Metalogic Project Management Services Private Limited.
Metalogic promotes open communication channels where employees are encouraged to share their ideas, concerns, and feedback.
We value the contributions of our workforce and ensures that their comfort are recognized and appreciated.
Our leaders provide clear direction, set high expectations, and inspire confidence, creating an environment where employees feel motivated and empowered to succeed.
We empower clients to make informed decisions regarding market positioning, regulatory changes, emerging opportunities, and strategic planning, enabling them to stay ahead of the curve.
We provide expert analysis and commentary from industry professionals, offering clients deeper insights and perspectives on market developments and trends. Our market reports, including Meta Daily, Meta Weekly, and Meta Annual, provide valuable insights that impact the industry.
In addition to our regular reports, we also produce special reports that delve deeper into specific topics affecting the market.
Through conferences and webinars, we establish ourselves as a thought leader in the steel and mining industry. By presenting innovative ideas, research findings, and market trends, Metalogic showcases its expertise and demonstrates its commitment to driving industry innovation and progress. It allows us to gain valuable market intelligence and insights into industry trends, competitor activities, regulatory developments, and customer preferences.
Our conferences and webinars provide platforms for the industry to engage, address needs, and showcase its products and services.
Whether you need a short promotional ad, a long-form documentary, or a corporate video highlighting your company's achievements, our team can create content in various formats to suit your needs and objectives.
We tailor our visual content to resonate with your target audience, whether they are consumers, stakeholders, or industry professionals.
Metalogic PMS was founded by Monica Bachchan, a young and dynamic entrepreneur with a vision for innovation. Her vision, leadership, and entrepreneurial spirit have laid the foundation for a dynamic and forward-thinking organization poised for continued growth and impact in the steel, mining industry, and related sectors.
With 7 years of successful operations, Metalogic PMS continues to lead the industry in India with excellence and dedication. We are well managed. We are Metalogic, where disruption is encouraged and desks are optional. We know our people are our greatest assets. We take pride in building leaders.
The future belongs to the bold, to the organization, to the nations that will harness the power of participation and ideas become the actions.
At TM International Logistics Limited, our vision is to be a leading logistics solution provider by delivering value across the supply chain in select markets. We offer seamless, end-to-end logistics services, including railway operations, port management, shipping, freight forwarding, and more. As part of the Tata Group, we are also dedicated to improving the quality of life for the communities we serve.
This is a firm where ideas are cultivated and nurtured, where innovations in the steel value chain are recognized before it becomes the new black.
Welcome to Metalogic Project Management Services Private Limited.
Metalogic promotes open communication channels where employees are encouraged to share their ideas, concerns, and feedback.
We value the contributions of our workforce and ensures that their comfort are recognized and appreciated.
Our leaders provide clear direction, set high expectations, and inspire confidence, creating an environment where employees feel motivated and empowered to succeed.
We empower clients to make informed decisions regarding market positioning, regulatory changes, emerging opportunities, and strategic planning, enabling them to stay ahead of the curve.
We provide expert analysis and commentary from industry professionals, offering clients deeper insights and perspectives on market developments and trends. Our market reports, including Meta Daily, Meta Weekly, and Meta Annual, provide valuable insights that impact the industry.
In addition to our regular reports, we also produce special reports that delve deeper into specific topics affecting the market.
Through conferences and webinars, we establish ourselves as a thought leader in the steel and mining industry. By presenting innovative ideas, research findings, and market trends, Metalogic showcases its expertise and demonstrates its commitment to driving industry innovation and progress. It allows us to gain valuable market intelligence and insights into industry trends, competitor activities, regulatory developments, and customer preferences.
Our conferences and webinars provide platforms for the industry to engage and showcase its products and services.
Whether you need a short promotional ad, a long-form documentary, or a corporate video highlighting your company's achievements, our team can create content in various formats to suit your needs and objectives.
We tailor our visual content to resonate with your target audience, whether they are consumers, stakeholders, or industry professionals.
Metalogic PMS was founded by Monica Bachchan, a young and dynamic entrepreneur with a vision for innovation. Her vision, leadership, and entrepreneurial spirit have laid the foundation for a dynamic and forward-thinking organization poised for continued growth and impact in the steel, mining industry, and related sectors.
With 7 years of successful operations, Metalogic PMS
International Logistics Limited, our vision is to be a leading logistics solution provider by delivering value across the supply chain in select markets. We offer seamless, end-to-end logistics services, including railway operations, port management, shipping, freight forwarding, and more. As part of the Tata Group, We are also dedicated to improving the quality of life for the communities we serve.
Our team can create content in various formats to suit your needs and objectives.
We tailor our visual content to resonate with your target audience.
Was founded by Monica Bachchan, a young and dynamic entrepreneur with a vision for innovation. Her vision, leadership, and entrepreneurial spirit have laid the foundation for a dynamic and forward-thinking organization poised for continued growth and impact in the steel, mining industry, and related sectors.
With 7 years of successful operations, Metalogic PMS continues to lead the industry in India with excellence and dedication. We are well managed. We are Metalogic, where disruption is encouraged and desks are optional. We know our people are our greatest assets. We take pride in building leaders.
The future belongs to the bold, to the organization, to the nations that will harness the power of participation and ideas become the actions.
At TM International Logistics Limited, our vision is to be a leading logistics solution provider by delivering value across the supply chain in select markets. We offer seamless, end-to-end logistics services, including railway operations, port management, shipping, freight forwarding, and more. As part of the Tata Group, we are also dedicated to improving the quality of life for the communities we serve.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great time during lunch. So we are open for the Q&A from the last session, which was factory logistic for material handling and role of automation and digitization. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Or else we will proceed with our next session. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a great time during lunch. We are opening the session 5 minutes for Q&A from the last session, which we did factory logistic for material handling and role of automation and digitization. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, or else we will move forward to our next session. I request everyone to please get settled down. We are about to start with the next session within 2 minutes. I request all of you to please get settled down. And our delegates who are there in the lunch area, I request all of you to please come and get settled down inside. I request everyone to please get settled down. Our delegates who are there inside the lunch area, I request all of you to please come inside the conference area and get settled down. I request everyone to please get settled down. We are about to start in the next 1 minute. So let us go ahead and start the next session, Pipes and Tubes Logistic for Liquid and Gas Transportation. And to head the session, I request Mr. N.D. Rao, President Projects, Artha Group and Amalgam Steel and Power, to please come and join us on the stage. Along with him, Mr. Amit Prakash Singh, Head Regulatory Affairs, Tata Steel. Dr. Sumitra S. Gupta, Technical
Metal sector. So all minerals, raw materials, except the metals, can be transported through slurry pipelines. Why the slurry pipeline system has come first? Because of the, I hope many of you will not take it otherwise, in US, the logistics companies they were abnormally increasing the freight rate for the raw materials. In 1950s, they were increasing the freight for the raw materials, particularly the coal. Then this disruptive innovation has come in 1955, and the first slurry pipeline to transport coal for 175 kilometers started in USA by Consolidated Corporation Limited. For iron ore, first iron ore transportation pipeline has come in Australia at 2 million tons in 1967. And the beauty of it, till now that pipeline is in operation. It's over around 57 57 years, but still it is in operation, 2 million tons, because that was part of the group where I was working, STEMCore UK. That was part of STEMCore UK. And we used to keep track of its life, how much it is giving. When the designers do it, they give a life of around 30 years. But if the route profile, what you give it to the designer, and the construction is done well, and the operation is done well, the life can go beyond 50 to 60 years also, the pipeline. And the beauty of this transport mechanism through slurry pipelines is it can be net zero carbon emissions. Comparing to surface transport by road, carbon emission reductions through this is 97%. And through rail, it is around 87%. If the power required is taken through renewable energy, then it is zero. And the energy conservation is 98% as on today, even if we draw the power from non-renewable source. So net zero can be achieved through this logistics transportation. And the cost advantage in this is where I was associated with one of the pipeline projects of 30 million tons per annum of iron ore transportation for over 300 kilometers. The payback period is below 2 years. And if the minerals are any transportation, particularly mineral also, the rupees per ton per kilometer, if it is taken by rail in the surface transport, it is around 3 rupees to 3.5 rupees. Sometimes railways levy busy season tariff also. If it is by road, it varies somewhere 6 rupees to 10 rupees per ton per kilometer, somewhere in between 5 to 10. Sometimes it goes below also, above also. However, if it is done by slurry pipelines, the project which I worked was, it is 1.7 rupees per ton per kilometer. Once the payback period is done within say 2 years, then it is 60 paisa per ton per kilometer. That is the benefit, and other benefits are you need not worry about COVID. During the COVID also, those plants who were having transportation through slurry pipelines, those plants were in operation. No Bharat Bandhs. Bharat Bandhs do not affect the transportation of this. No cyclones. It is all weather proof. And it can be transported even 500 kilometers, 600 kilometers also. In Brazil, the slurry pipelines, 25 million tons per annum, even 30 million tons per annum pipelines are operating, even for 525 kilometers also. That much length also they can be, it can be transported. And it's nothing on surface, everything below the ground, 2 meters below the ground, and it can cross all rivers, everything. And it is the safest transport, and no theft also, no loss of your materials, no theft, and it is all weather proof. So there are so many benefits are there, in the slurry transportation, particularly with respect to this, our national steel policy. I think by 2031 it is 300 million tons. By the 2047 it is 500 million tons, if I am right. To produce 500 million tons of steel, then we need to handle a cargo of 2 billion tons, 200,000 tons. So today, Indian Railways capacity is, I think, around 2 billion tons only. Is Indian Railways is only for steel industry? Then what are the other modes of transport we are looking? And another thing is the safest transportation mechanism. And I hope Ministry of, you all might be aware of it, Ministry of National Highways and Road Transport, every year they give some safety statistics in which the number of accidents happen on the roads in India, they are of, I think, around 1 million or less than that. And in that, the fatal accidents are around 1.6 lakh people before this year died, and around 6 lakh people injured. As per the published data of MORT. And lot of theft of material also happens. And so many disadvantages are there on the surface transportation.
Right,
But
sir.
this is, yeah.
So with slurry pipeline, we have from MNS also Mr. Raj Gopal Raja. I want to hear from you, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Raj Gopal Raju from AMNS, and I've been operating slurry pipeline for the last 18 years. And currently, I'm also looking after the risk mitigation project as well as the capacity enhancement projects of AMNS. Like most of the things, the importance of slurry pipeline has already been explained by pioneer in our industry, Rao sir. So there is nothing more to add regarding the importance of slurry pipelines. But I would like to talk about the vision that was given in PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan. In that, it was given that we need to develop a logistic ecosystem which will be technologically enabled. It should be reliable. It should be resilient. It should be sustainable, and also cost effective. Now, all these attributes that have been given in that policy, in that vision document, are all can be linked to a slurry pipeline. Like already what sir has said, it is completely sustainable because environmental issues will not be there. The pollution is zero, the carbon footprint is zero, and then energy consumption by slurry pipeline is very less, and it is absolutely cost effective because the rupees per ton per with slurry pipeline is very less or minimal as compared to rail or road, and then it is all weather because even like sir has covered about COVID, then we should also consider the hubs from where we are bringing the mineral. Like the major hubs are Odisha, Chhattisgarh, or from there the weather will be very, weather condition will be very adverse, and there will be flooding and landslide conditions also will be there. But this slurry
cost, the costs with slurry pipeline is the costs with slurry pipeline is 0.6 to 0.8 rupee per ton per kilometer, compared to the 3.
Bulk energy transportation in India or all over the world, you can say, is through oil and gas pipelines. The primary concern to operate a oil pipeline or gas pipeline is safety, because it is cutting through the country. These are cross-country pipeline operated at high pressure, say around in the range from 75 kg per square centimeter to 150, even 200. And any leakage or any mischief with that could create serious, very serious problems. So fortunately, here in India, we have the complete range of expertise to operate, manage, monitor, and successfully distribute energy through the country. Our pipelines are, petroleum product pipelines. There are two types of liquid pipelines in hydrocarbon sector. One is petroleum product, like you get petrol, diesel, all those things. And another is crude oil pipeline. Now, petroleum pipeline, 70% of the transportation is through pipelines in India. Still 30% is through railways and road tankers. And in crude oil pipeline, crude oil transportation is almost 100% through pipeline. And then these pipelines, we are operating pipelines since early 60s. You know, we have a pipeline in the northeast, around 450 kilometers, which is oldest in Asia. You know, we're first to operate pipelines in Asia. A very old pipeline, still in operation. But of late, what we are observing is pilferage of oil from pipelines. That has become a very serious issue, and that requires monitoring, how to prevent that. We have physical patrolling, but that's not adequate. We have digital monitoring, like there's a thing called pipeline intrusion detection and early warning system, which is done through optical fiber cables, which are laid along the pipeline. And any noise in the pipeline, a leak, you know, when you make a puncture in the pipeline, the oil leaks with a hissing sound, and that is detected. And it is transferred to the nearest room with an accuracy of plus minus 5 meters. You can detect the leak. Now, that technology has reduced, I don't say eliminated, it has reduced incidences of pilferage to a very, very large extent, you know. But still we have. In fact, oil pilferage is not only confined to India, it's in all other countries, including United States. So that is one challenge. Second challenge, whatever the slurry pipeline they were talking about, since it's a sister industry, laying a pipeline.
Sir, challenges we will discuss immediately. First, let us all talk about 2 minutes.
Sure.
And then we will take up challenges in the Q&A.
Sure.
Yes.
That's what I can say at this moment.
Yeah.
In future.
Yes. So now we have Mr. Mahendra Singh Gunjial, General Manager of Engineers India Limited. Yeah, your point.
Good afternoon to all distinguished guests, and thanks modern logistics who have invited movement, eminent industry leaders. As far as oil and gas pipeline is concerned,
slurry pipelines. And long time ago, we have suggested to the ministry, like in the case of oil and gas, we have national grid of transmission lines and oil and gas pipelines, national grid we have. The similar thing is required for various mineral transportation. All minerals can be transported. In single pipeline, you can transport different minerals, like in Chile. Zinc concentrate is transported in the pipeline. In the same pipeline, copper concentrate is also transported. Bauxite can also be aluminum mineral bauxite. All kind of slurries you can.
But for gas, it will be different.
It is different design in gas. Okay. Slurry, because it contains solids and high concentration, it requires different hydraulic calculations. It is required. So that can be transported. So in case of today, you look at like state government mining companies like NMDC or Orissa Mining Corporation. They have a huge resource base of minerals. But if they provide slurry pipelines, they can follow the Amazon model of delivering the minerals home delivery, just in time. Since minerals are transported in slurry pipelines, continuous flow, no disruptions in that, it can go, and home delivery can also be given. And the same pipeline can give it to 5 customers or 10 customers also. The design can happen in that way, and it can be delivered to different customers
So
at
similar
different
question
lengths.
I want to ask to Dr. Shamitra Gupta ji.
Like sir is saying that in slurry pipeline, any kind of slurry can be transported. Is it also with the gas pipelines, we can transport any gas, or is it different?
Really, as I said in the beginning, there are two types of liquid hydrocarbon pipeline. One is crude oil, and another is petroleum product. In petroleum product, you transport in batches petrol, diesel, kerosene, aviation fuel, all together in batches. The same pipeline you can transport all these things. Nowadays, petrol, whatever is available in Delhi, is 20%, 15% blended with ethanol. Those who are buying petrol from Delhi, they must be experiencing a smoother ride. It gives a smoother ride, very smooth ride, as compared to pure petrol. So the ethanol blended petrol is also pumped through the same pipeline. So that's a multi-product pipeline, basically.
And I want to ask you, how can the oil and gas industry leverage advancements in pipeline logistics to enhance efficiency and safety in liquid transportation?
That's what I was telling in the beginning. Pilferage is one of the biggest threat to pipeline. People pilfer oil, steal oil from the pipeline and keep the pipeline open, and the oil spills all around. This thing, very frequently we'll see in Nigeria, hundreds of people die. In India also, somehow we have been able to prevent that. Such a disaster is yet to happen. But then we have drone patrolling. We have OFC, that pipeline intrusion detection system. We have helicopter patrolling, all sorts of digital technologies. And then any loss of oil, it's continuously it's being calculated how much oil is being pumped and how much is received on the other end through some kind of leak detection software. So all those things will prevent this thing, so largely we're able to run it.
And do you think we have enough pipeline transportation for oil and gas? Slurry ka to nahi hai, sir. I know that. But for oil and gas, we have enough?
We have enough. We have around...
now since we are also talking about the hydrogen and gasification...
You see, we have oil and gas pipeline operational is around 50,000 kilometers. And another 25,000 kilometers is under various stages of construction. If you compare with the United States, they have 4 lakh kilometers of oil and gas pipeline. But for oil and United States, land area wise, this 2.5 times India and Pakistan combined. It's a huge country. From that point of view, we have sufficient pipeline. We need more, but pipeline is not a socially acceptable industry. That's why people don't like pipeline. They go to the villages, they are averse of giving land. So it's not in this thing.
And Amit Prakash, you comes from the Regulatory Affairs Department of Tata Steel. I want to understand what kind of regulatory recommendation and suggestion you are making to the government which can benefit the industry as a whole.
Yeah, that is a very important question to ask. Because if we see a slurry pipeline project, if you plan this day, it will take about 5 to 7 years to get the approvals in the forms of ROU, ROW, whatever it is. So a pipeline project proponents can start working after 4-5 years after getting approvals. That is a 4-5 year of wastage of time. So in this one, I will say like what we have faced right now. It is the case of ROW. In case of right of way, it's good that government has the provisions, NHI has the provisions of utility corridor that can be utilized. But in the case, like we have seen many of cases when the land which is already diverted from the forest status, which is a diverted land, if you are proposing a slurry pipeline there, MOEF requirements ask us to again go for the complete forest clearance process, going through stage 1-2 process, and it's up to 1 to 2 years of the job. So these regulations needs to be simplified and can be a single stage approval for such projects. Considering slurry pipelines are very important. Second case, like the sir said about the case of ROU, it's a very tricky question, and it's a, by system, it's a very cumbersome process. A same proposal is moving between state and multiple ministries 3 times. First for the notification, second for the government intent, again for the final grant. So it is a taking of time of 2 to 2.5 years. So these kinds of timelines are not realistic one, considering the national importance of these projects. And above all, these projects are carbon supportive. I will say carbon negative. So it will helping us to improve the environment. And we are struggling with the environmental clearances. So one shortcut could be have a separate act, rules, regulations kind of thing for say pipeline projects. And there could be the simplification of the existing regulations. In the case of MOEF, a proposal should be a single stage approval. For the RU, it could be a single stage. So one pipeline, one project, one approval kind of thing can be done on the regulatory part. That is my idea. Thanks.
Yeah, another best part of it is they are highly automated, and so you don't require people. One engineer in a shift can run. It can be operated from both the upstream and the downstream side also. It can be off or on. Hello? Yeah. It can be done from the upstream side also, operation, and from the downstream side also. And lot of protective devices are given. Like if somebody wants to sabotage it, alarm comes. And exactly what kilometer point it is coming. And leak detection systems are there. There are a lot of safety systems, integrated management system, as explained by him. It is there. And highest level of automation, like autopilot mode. It is like an aircraft mode travels in sometimes autopilot. This system is also in autopilot.
I think let us also not forget the pumping part, because that is the heart of the pipeline transportation. So at what distance do we have pumps when we talk about the slurry and for the gas?
Yeah. See, this depends on the profile of the route,
Sir,
elevation
in
profile.
between, we are opening the house for the Q&A. You can start raising your hands. We will take up question one by one. Sir, please continue.
Yeah, yeah, and the pumps part, it depends on the profile, route profile, elevation profile, and based on which the hydraulic calculations are done, and the pumps pressures required are calculated based on that. And if elevation profiles are down, up, then you may require more number of pumping stations. If it is profile is always on the lower side, then you don't require. Single stage can go up to 300, 400 kilometers length also. It's not required.
Yeah, you can raise the hand. You want to ask question. Zaid, here. And in between, Mahinder ji, I want to understand how can collaboration between the public and private sector help in expanding India's pipeline network for efficient liquid and gas transportation?
For the collaboration sector, in the EIL, we have declared this 2024 as a year of collaboration. We have done a lot of collaboration for the green energy sector, and we are doing a liquid ammonia pipeline in Oman for the private players. And we have done a lot of MOA and MOU with the various industries, including PSUs and the private sectors. So we are in that. So it is a very important factor, you know, for the development and growth of the country. All should come together in under one umbrella. And boss has already told we have a PMP Act for the RO acquisition. That is, the PMP Act is followed. But you know, it is different from the state to state. In Tamil Nadu and Kerala, it is quite different scenario. We are not getting ROW. That's why PNGRB, they are thinking of a pipeline which is going away from the coast and going to the sea, and it will come again to the coast. They are thinking of that particular, and they may be announcing that concept also. In Tamil Nadu, farmers are not allowing. They are telling go along the highways. And highways, we have an NHAI. They have already given permission, but they are not giving us allowed to cut the road, and that is even the service road also. Even a small piece of that land, we need around 2 meters. That's a difficulty we are facing. Yeah, real issues.
Yeah. Sir, first introduce yourself.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir,
I'm
if you could just
Tanir
stand up
Garga
yeah.
from M&M Ropeways.
Okay.
So I wanted to raise a question regarding the construction of the pipelines. Does it require an extensive infrastructure, ground-based infrastructure, or especially in the mountainous terrain, river swamps, and areas such areas? What kind of infrastructure do we need?
As far as pipeline is concerned, we have done conceptual study up to Srinagar also, from the passing through the Banihal Cross and all. And difficulty what we are facing is that there are some avalanche prone areas. So to avoid that, we have a railway. Railway has already installed 2 tunnels, and I think highways also installed 2 tunnels. We are seeking of a separate corridor in that particular tunnel so that we can avoid such issues along the terrain issues. And if you lay the pipeline in the hilly areas, it has to be along the highways. That is most, prominent route for that. Otherwise, you'll have to lay a pipeline, you have to make a separate ROW for the pipeline.
I propose the cable crane system, a ropeway system that lowers the load and horizontally and vertically.
That can be done in the, if you turn, that is called suspension bridge system. That is the old concept, because that there was a threat of the terrorist who can attack the, if it is above ground system, it is lying in the, it can be, because oil and gas is very vulnerable, very hazardous. That was the issue, and we have other systems with just microtunneling and horizontal direction drilling. Yeah. These are the techniques we are employing. We are currently installing a pipeline from Paradip to Numaligarh, where we have crossed the Ganges, Holy Ganges, and we have done SDD using intersection method. We have made a world record for 26-inch pipeline. That is 4,030 meters using SDD without any opening and trench.
Mohitji.
Hello. And we are doing almost 15 number of microtunneling in the ferocious rivers of the Assam and West Bengal. Cable trench? But only the pipeline, as far as we consider, it has to be more or less, if it is buried, we feel more safe. Because, that if you, for example, for the subsea pipelines, if you see that they are either laid on seabed or it is buried.
Mohitji,
it depends on the stability.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Mohit Kapoor. I believe the only person who's representing steel as well as logistics sector, both. So I have a joint question to maybe all the panelists, because we are policy people, EIL also. So you just mentioned, Mr. Gunjal, that National Highway is not giving you land, and obviously private landowners or the villagers, they just restrict. They are not reluctant to, they are quite reluctant to anything, whatever you offer to them. But what about the National Logistic Policy or PM Gati Shakti plan, which is actually highlighting or focused on integrating different ministries, different stakeholders to make a comprehensive plan where the planning is done taking into consideration and apprehensions of every stakeholder? Is PM Gati Shakti plan or National Logistic not helping you particularly in this thing?
Yeah, it is definitely helping, but for example, the gas pipeline, it is designed by different code, different concept. And for the liquid and crude oil pipeline, it is designed with a different code. There is a different requirement. Not only, we are thinking of not only the design of wall thickness. Stations are quite different. SV stations are quite different. A gas pipeline, you require venting and the venting in the sky. And whereas in the oil pipeline and crude oil pipeline, there is no requirement of such venting requirement. So,
I think I may have articulated my question wrong. I'm asking that isn't that PM Gati Shakti and National Logistic Policy or PM Gati Shakti help you to reduce these intra-departmental, intra-ministerial, intra-stakeholder conflicts of not giving land by government? Since if government is planning to create an infrastructure, they will be providing you all the necessary permission, sir.
Yeah, I can take that.
I understand. You want a unified kind of a thing where all the permissions are given. It's not really like that. I as a pipeline operator for a particular company, he wants to lay his pipeline along the shortest route, to keep the cost down. So I will try to avoid going by the national highway, which may take a very circuitous route. Not always. Sometimes national highway may help. Many times it may not help. So land you require in the countryside, in the villages, in the cities, you require land to lay a pipeline. National highway, so if you have multiple agencies, National Highway has been they are cooperating with us, no issue. Government agencies are cooperating as far as possible. But problem is with the villages on the private land. As I said, it's not a socially acceptable industry, pipeline. Every day I go and dig it and repair my pipeline. So the poor farmer, he is suffering. Only the topsoil I disturb, there are a lot of issues actually.
I can add on this one.
I'll give you all of you a very good news. I was a part of the workshop on 16th at Ministry of Industry, Commerce. It was to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of PM Gati Shakti. The plan, once it will be out for public domain, will be any private stakeholder or any government agency or mix of them, they just have to define their problem or define their requirement. For example, if you say, I want to lay a pipeline from, say, Paradeep to New Delhi, hypothetically, then that system, PM Gati Shakti, can give you a master plan of designing your route from the area which will require minimum land acquiring, minimum, say, river or minimum tunnels through mountain pass, minimum infringement of forest land. My question only was to sir that I believe you have to wait for some time. PM Gati Shakti will erase these multiple conflicts among the stakeholders.
Agreed. PM Gati Shakti has been really helpful, and it has been the case in the many cases NIP projects were getting reviewed, and we and other street players have been successfully getting ROW because of Gati Shakti and PMG portal. So it has been really helpful. But the question I wanted to raise here is about the applicability of the rules. Like in case of NHI utility corridor, which was earlier forest land, which has been diverted from a forest land. When a party is laying pipeline through it, MOEF requires us to again go through the whole process of changing land use, which is a typical forest clearance process, which is very time consuming. That has to be sorted up. So that can be taken by necessary enablers at the MOEF. So simplification of the existing regulations can help us. And as far the point is concerned, the portal is really helpful.
Okay, our time is up. If anybody has questions, you can,
Sir,
after this session also, you can ask.
One question I would like to ask, whether this pipeline transportation has been tried in the coal industry also or for coal transportation, because the coal transportation is creating a big problem for the environment and for the other
Yes, I think at the beginning I have said,
yes,
the slurry transport system has started with coal transportation only in 1957.
But in India, why it is not being
India, no, not yet started.
Why? What is the constraints that we are yes, we want to know. Pardon?
I'm saying for iron ore only we have not yet achieved that, the potential.
But coal transportation.
Coal transportation through pipeline is relatively easy comparing to iron ore transportation.
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Yeah, it is, the specific gravity is lower. So any further questions we can take up later after this session, because my time is up, this group's time is up. And lowest cost, most available, and several advantages I have explained. See, inland transportation requires 100 times more space than a slurry pipeline requires, and road transportation requires 50 times more space than slurry pipeline, and rail transportation requires around 30 times more space. That is the level of space occupation for the transportation of it. Cost already I have explained to you. And it is a one-stop solution for the achievement of the 300 million tons steel and 500 million tons steel, the national steel policy, unless we switch over to pipelines transportation of the minerals. Anyhow, the rail and road logistics are required for the transportation of the metals. That can't be done through slurry pipelines. Yeah. So please don't treat the panel, people sitting on this panel, as competitors to railways or road transporters.
On that note, I would like to add one more point. Like Verma sir was discussing that the condition like whether railway or roadways, the two-way direction loading is not there. And for slurry pipeline, that is also an added advantage. There is only one way of transporting the material, and idle movement is not there. So it is one more reason why it is more energy efficient.
Now, should there be any need that two-way you want to do it, it is possible technically. Technically, it is possible. Yes.
Any more question anybody has?
The big challenge here, in the pipeline industry, the big challenge now what is emerging, maybe in the coming days, is transportation of gaseous hydrogen through the existing gas pipeline. So that is becoming a challenge because you don't lay a separate pipeline for hydrogen, it will be very expensive. So you have to use the existing gas pipeline for transporting hydrogen, and a lot of work is being going on. And on trial basis, some people have started. I think that is one upcoming challenge for pipeline. Thanks.
We have one more question from that side.
This pipeline.
Sorry, it's not clear?
Yes.
Yeah, there are several pipelines are there for ash handling. There are several pipelines in operation already. Even beneficiation plants, tailings disposals, it's all being done globally.
There is one more question we have. Okay.
Last question. So my question is, I'm Udit from Siemens. So my question is, how much scalable this is? For example, see, when we think in context of roads, many companies can use roads at the same time. But owing to the fact that we have limited area, right? So if every company starts laying their own private pipelines, soon we will run out of that area where you can lay more pipelines. So how much scalable this is?
Scalability. Today, one slurry pipeline for iron ore is coming up in Odisha, single pipeline, 38 million tons. ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel is right now working on that. And scalability, it is up to you, how much you want to take it. No issues in that. And already, world, in Morocco, 36 million tons rock phosphate concentrate transportation is happening long time ago. And India's iron ore transportation pipeline, which JSW right now executing, is the world's highest capacity pipeline. Then AMNS is going to be the world's largest capacity of 38 million tons per annum.
Okay, sir, just a follow-up question. So, sir, my question was not in terms of the volume transported scalability, but in terms of how much pipelines we can lay like side by side. For example, there are, let's say, 1,000 companies and they have individual 1,000 pipelines over some XYZ area, right?
Yeah, it's a proper planning is done. So one pipeline is there at 2 meters below the ground, another can be at 4 meters below the ground, another can be 6 meters below the ground, one over the other, like we have today multi-storied buildings. The same thing can also happen there. Yeah, dedicated corridors. Provided the planning is done properly, it is possible. There are some pipelines already, it's here. One goes over that.
So,
in India, it is there, slurry pipeline.
Sir, okay, fine.
So thank you so much for the wonderful session, and even the demand
Hello,
of questions suggests that that was an incredible session for us.
Hello.
And now I request Ms. Bachchan to please present the memento to Mr. Randy Rao, President Projects, Atha Group and Amalgam Steel and Power. Can we have a round of applause, gentlemen? Mr. Ramit Prakash Singh, Head Regulatory Affairs, Tata Steel. Dr. Soumitra S. Gupta, Technical Advisor, Center for High Technology. Mr. Rajgopal Raju Datla, DGM Slurry Pipeline, AMNS India. Followed by Mr. Mahendra Singh Gunjal, General Manager, Engineers India Limited. I think it's time for the group photograph. Thank you so much. So now let's move on to the next session. Road, highways, bridges and warehouses. And to lead the session, I would like to introduce our speakers, Mr. Mohit Kapoor, Chair Projects and Events Committee, Warehousing Association of India. Can we have a big round of applause, everyone? Dr. Satish Pandey, Principal Scientist, CRRI. A big round of applause, everyone, please. Thank you so much. Mr. Ravendra Kumar Goyal, Principal Executive Director, Bridges at Indian Railways. Okay, my bad. So my apologies, the session would be Indian Railways for bulk raw material and container handling. And let me introduce the speakers, Mr. Abhijit Narendra, IRICE Joint Secretary, Ministry of Steel. Mr. Karthik, Business Manager, PESMEL India. Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra, Chief Railway Operations, TMILL. So the discussion points would be expansion of railway capacity to handle the increasing demand for raw materials and finished products. And the session will be moderated by Ms. Monica Bachchan. Over to you, Ms. Bachchan.
Hello everyone. So quickly we will start the session. So we are already running 30 minutes behind the schedule, so I request everyone to please cooperate. But trust me, we will finish up the conference on time. So we have Mr. Karthik Vaidyanathan, Business Manager of PESMEL India, and Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra, who is the Chief Railway Operations Team. So please change this plug card. Praveen Kumar Mishra of TMIL. So I can sit here? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So first, I will have Mr. Karthik Vaidyanathan to introduce your topic. Yeah.
So good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to thank Ms. Monica Bachchan, who is the founder of this Metalogics event, to create awareness on modern logistics, and my co-authors, Mr. Rajagopalan, who is the MD of PESMEL South Asia, and my Deputy Director, Mr. Arjunan, who is the Director of PESMEL India, and my fellow colleagues, Mr. Marco and Mr. Thomas from PESMEL Finland. And very warm welcome to all of you gentlemen here. So before I start with, I'm here to discuss on a topic on how to optimize the turnaround time for the trucks and rakes using modern logistics with the mailbox concept. so I have a question to all gentlemen over here. Like, if I put up a statement like, does you people witness the receiving of vehicles such as trucks or rakes for the loading on time or not? Do you see any unexpected delays or unforeseen delays in receiving such trucks or rakes for the purpose of loading? Can you please raise your hand if you have any comments on this? Okay.
So only few people face a challenge? Really, after lunch? I can understand.
Sorry?
Habitual of that.
Okay, thank you for
That's what I told Karthik, that I'll be the first person to raise my hand.
Okay, so I'm here to address on how to optimize or squeeze this turnaround time to achieve and shorten the lead time and to have more efficient operations in terms of modern logistics. So to start, like what the name suggests for this program, modern logistics, I would put this modern logistics as it's not an option or a choice we have to look for. It's a mandatory and must requirement for India to have fueling the Indian growth if we follow such modern practices and automations in India. So there are certain conventional system delays which we follow in our regular practices in logistics industries. To avoid such unforeseen delays or conventional delays, I would like to state some factors which could efficiently improve this turnaround time using this modern logistics. One is the implementation of RFID systems or the barcode systems, where you have a really commendable position on where exactly is the vehicle, like GPS systems, global positioning systems, where your truck gets loaded and it gets dispatched. You know exactly where the location of the truck is. It is not a point like you just loaded the truck and the truck went out for dispatch, but you couldn't understand or where exactly locate where the truck is really, and whether that material has already been delivered or not delivered, or whether after delivery it is coming back for your second loading on time or not. So to envisage or to check that location of the truck, GPS positioning of such trucks or rakes is really mandatory. Okay, then we have a gate entry system which can also be automized for gate in and gate out, which could really prevent such any delays in trucks or rakes coming into the plant premises. Then you have such maintenance related issues, like in automations. It's not like you set up automation, you install or you commission, but it is also equal responsible for conducting such maintenance practices more effectively, like preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance, and sort of planned maintenance and breakdown maintenances. So all these factors put together, you have to ensure that each factors play a vital role in achieving the overall equipment effectiveness. So now when I talk about overall equipment effectiveness, it is about three major factors. One is the availability, second is the performance, and third is the quality. So how do you ensure availability, how do you ensure performance, how do you ensure the quality? So once you ensure these three factors are in place, you can get a very good overall equipment effectiveness, which can really boost up your efficiency and which can give you a higher productivity, quality, and safety of these equipments. That's all. Yeah.
I will quickly move on to Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra, TML.
So first of all, good afternoon to everyone, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleague, everyone. So today's topic of expanding the railway capacity to meet the growing demand for movement of bulk material in railway wagons is a very burning issue, and we being a logistics service provider and our presence into railway system, we are having experience of facing challenges on day-to-day basis. But before I start deliberating my views and suggestions on this, first of all, on behalf of TMILL, we extend our sincere thanks to Indian Railways for rolling out few schemes which has really enabled movement of bulk material in railway wagons in terms of availability of rakes in the system. While it has been a very game changer kind of availability in terms of the rakes, there are few gaps which I would term as a shortcomings or lack of strategic approach or steps towards meeting Indian Railways target of achieving the modal share of around from 28% to 45% in the coming days as per the National Rail Plan. So these challenges are very basic, and I think everyone knows these kind of challenges, but nevertheless I would like to highlight these challenges. So first and basic challenge that we have been facing is the lack of infrastructure in Indian Railways. So I mean to lack of infrastructure is the availability of Indian Railways network, lack of base maintenance depot where rakes can go and seamlessly undergo for routine maintenance, preventive maintenance, examination. Then upgradation of Indian Railways tracks also, because currently tracks are not conducive for movement of high axle ton load rakes. Secondly, I think railway is also required to bring more capacity in terms of fleet expansion, because currently there is a short supply from Indian Railways, and that is where these policies in terms of general purpose wagon investment scheme and special freight train operations, those have been rolled out. And TMIL as a logistics service provider has really gained out of this policy with a very seamless supply of rakes to our parent customer, which is Tata Steel. So the other challenge which we have been facing is the operational efficiency. Although railway is working on the third line and fourth line, but nevertheless, it is yet to be completed if I talk about the entire railway network. And the statistics says that it can only cater to 60% of the total demand at present. So these are the few challenges we have been facing in terms of our railway operations on day-to-day basis. And we would request Indian Railways to put their best effort to expedite on whatever steps they are taking towards increasing or augment the infrastructure in terms of all these challenges.
So coming to Mr. Karthik, as in we have seen very, very beautiful presentation by Mr. Thomas, and during the inauguration we heard Mr. Raj. I want to ask you, what role do automation and robotics play in increasing the flexibility and efficiency of containerized handling of finished products across multiple supply chain points?
Okay, so to address this question, as what I have mentioned earlier, normal practice over in the industries are conventional or manual sort of systems which we follow for loading and dispatching. Coming into digital transformation, we have this term of modern logistics, which is the real-time automation, where you can really deploy such programmable logics, and also for tasking and scheduling, we have a specialized software called YMS, which is the yard management system for handling in steel industries, where you really know where exactly is the location of the coils and the position of the trucks or rakes when it reaches the YMS. You know exactly where that coil is being kept, and immediately it can be loaded onto the wagons or rakes, and therein you can really move those trucks or rakes in a stipulated time. So if you don't follow such auto tasking or scheduling, or whatsoever the material you keep and you produce and then you keep and then you dispatch, unless or until you have a systematic approach or a process right from A to Z, which is not streamlined, then of course you will have some mitigations, or you may encounter certain delays in achieving this efficiency. So that sort of automation we really have, we have a system called ASRS, which is the Automated Storage and Retrieval Systems, which really stores the materials whatsoever, if it is steel, tires, or whatever, papers or whatever the products. But you can really store that, minimizing the footprint having, have a vertical storage systems. So this is in terms of ASRS, and secondly, you have in YMS, which is for maintaining the yard management system for steel coils.
Pravinji, T-Mill is into so much of logistics, as in we saw the presentation of Salochna ji. You are into railways, you are into shipping, you are also into multimodal logistics. So I want to ask you, so can you share your experience in integrating multimodal transportation, rail, road and port, and how that impacts seamless supply chain logistics for the metals and mineral sector? If you could share your experience.
So whenever we talk about multimodal facility, the term which has just come to my mind is it is a cost-saving approach. And without multimodal facility, any kind of logistic in terms of scalability or in terms of its completeness cannot be done. So as a TMILL, as an integrated logistic player, we have faced some challenges in terms of inland waterways and coastal shipping. As far as our port and railway operations is concerned, in railways, I have already told what kind of challenges we are facing on part of Indian Railways. But in inland waterways, we have been trying to foray to a significant extent, but we have been facing some kind of challenges in terms of infrastructure, deficiency in the infrastructure. There is a severe lack of good amount of handling facilities. JTs are not there. And then we have, there is a problem in the night navigation. And then cargo handling facility is also not there. So such kind of challenges we have been facing in inland waterways. And the way the Indian government is going towards taking an approach for the multimodal logistic facility, I think government should also bring its kind attention towards building more infrastructure on inland waterways. The second is we have been facing challenges in terms of coastal movement because we are into coastal movement also. So the major problem, the major challenge that we have been facing for coastal movement is the availability of the sizable cargo or aggregation of the cargo, because these are not big chunks consignments. So facility of aggregation and getting cargo in order to complete the barge or the mode of transport is little difficult. Then there is a problem in the preferential berthing of the vessels, ship calls. So that is also one of the major problems that we have faced. And because of all these problems, the major problem that is getting converted into is the high turnaround time for coastal movements.
I'm opening the house for the Q&A, and I want to request Mr. Thomas to join us for the open house. So another question I want to ask to Mr. Karthik, how do you envision advanced material handling solution like those from PESMIL contributing to improving the efficiency of railway logistics, especially for heavy and bulk goods?
Yeah, so this is, to answer this, it is more or less similar like what I have mentioned before, which is the bulk material or the heavy finished goods, which in terms of steel coils are weighing 30 tons or 35 tons or 40 tons carrying capacity. So we have sort of automation systems called YMS, which is the yard management system, through which we do the scheduling or planning of such locations or placements of these coils. And therein, after we have such placements in the respected designated area, we know where that truck or rake has to exactly stop and to place this coil at the right point at the right time, so that the coil can be dispatched at the right deliverable time. So if you do not have such logics or such systems or like automation systems in place, you may encounter several delays where more of communication gaps. If it may happen if you have more of laborers or manpower deployed. When I talk about automation, I'm not saying that this will 100% eradicate the number of resources, but yes, to some extent we need to follow such disciplines of having such automations to have at least disciplined way of working, so that it will improve overall efficiency of your system.
So Praveenji, what improvements in railway infrastructure are needed to handle the increasing demand for containerized transport of finished goods like TMT bars and steel coils?
So as far as container movement is concerned, I think there are a few scopes in terms of more development towards having more design of customized containers for movement of steel coils, which hitherto is not there. And the second is, I think, proliferation of more container terminals so that accessibility and the first mile, last mile can be breezed that way. And the third is what I feel that there is also a requirement of enhancement in terms of the port facilities, because ports are also required to ramp up so that they can maximize the throughput of containers. So these are some of the improvement areas or OFIs that are required for having more containerized cargoes moved in terms of steel coils and TMT bars.
Yeah. Opening house for the Q&A, yeah. Please hand over the mic. Sir, please introduce yourself to the house.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Pankaj Tripathi from SAIL. My question is to Mr. Karthik. Karthik sir,
Yes, sir,
the
please.
entire discussion of this yard management system and everything seems to be concentrated more on a covered shed and the coils in the covered shed. We have an experience of high TTAT when the material is in the open area, and especially PM plates, the plate mill plates. You have any software where it helps us, because the problem in our TTAT timings in the bigger yards are multi-punch vehicles. When we have to load vehicles with plates from a single lot, where you have to shift 410 plates and then load the 15th plate, then again shift from the next wagon and then load the plates. If a vehicle has more than 6-7 punches, you have any system to help us out? Because most of the discussion seems to be centered around a covered shed and coils. That's not much of a difficulty as far as we are concerned. The difficulty comes in higher TTAT timings for PM plates which are kept in open sheds, open areas, and this constitutes a higher volume. And the second question is about the RFID tags.
Okay.
The RFID tags, are they foolproof? Because we have encountered cases where drivers have exchanged their RFID tags and the entire system has gone for a toss.
Okay, thank you. I suppose these are the two questions from your side, right? So first, to address your question where you say that you have a plate storage at the open area, where you have a stack or bundles of plates kept at the open area, not at the covered shed, right? So yes, of course, we do have such solutions to answer your question. Like we have transportation systems where you can transport such plates or whatever products you kept at the open area, for that plate or material to migrate to a place where we have a designated area for our machine to pick up that plate and to have a storage and deliverable met. So it is a sort of ASRS, like, you know, we pick up the plate from point A, for example, where you kept those plates or plate bundles. Then we move it to point B, which is the storage, which is a vertical storage rack systems, where we keep those plates onto the racks, and as and when the requirement arises, we retrieve those plates from the storage and we deliver it to the end users. I hope I have answered your question. Sorry, yeah.
We'll discuss probably in detail.
Sure, yeah. Okay. And the second one is RFID, which you have stated, and it's, yes, it's like, it's, I'm not sure how those exchanges happen. Practically, it shouldn't happen, which is what I said before, like, you know, once we get into such digital transformations or automations, I hope you have gathered my keyword, which is the discipline, which I said, and the process which we need to follow. If we skip this discipline and process, of course, you're not meeting what you're doing or what your objective is. So we have to train people, because, you know, implementation of such systems are coming from, you know, guys who are having a very good engineering background on, you know, how to deploy such practices. But the people who are using, you know, like a layman, he may not know what is the importance of this RFID. It's just a sticker or label for him. That we have to inculcate. Yeah.
Yeah, I can add to your first question that our software is fully capable of. Yes, of course we can map those, like if we have mobile AGVs or any cranes, it can be included. Raj, you can, if you had something to add.
It is very customary that there are, especially hot coils, they are stored outside and they bring it inside because they need not. It is very customary that especially in a hot coil storage, they store the coil outside and they bring it inside because they are not able to store all the coils inside. And that time this forklift normally brings it in. So normally there are dedicated forklift 4 or 5 which does the job. So we have done a similar job for another plant where this forklift will have a HMI. The forklift will integrate with the crane. So the moment there is a common skid, so which is common for the forklift as well as for the crane, so they know which coil is coming there. So if that is to be loaded on a truck, so plates for example, so outside. So it's very common in, especially with regard to hot plates and hot coil to store outside because nobody wants to store it inside sometimes. So that way it is always possible if you could identify with the yard mapping. You could always, the crane person can see in his HMI where it is with the yard map and he could go pick it up. And of course loading on the truck. For example, see the Timken has got almost like 40 acres of land where they got all the tubes, long products, everything. So what they do, they load one load here, maybe rounds. The other place they load some flat. So now all this whole thing is very difficult to yard map. Okay, that way what they do, as Mr. Karthik was telling, sometimes load-wise they keep it together, and so that he can load together at that time. So there is some homework done, so that the truck need not move to many places. That's, I think, I hope I answered it.
More questions? Yeah, Udit ji ko dijiye.
Karthik sir, this question is specifically for you since you mentioned about digital logistics, right? From gate in to gate out, right? So we at Siemens also have been successfully, implemented such solution for 1 or 2 customers, but we are facing a, very, common problem of vehicle sequencing and scheduling. So we have been, it becomes too complicated even for smaller industries because when there are a lot of vehicles coming in, right? Generally, everyone does it based on FIFO, first in, first out. But then, the complexities of material priority, customer priority, marketing priority, logistic zone priority, right? So all this kicks in, right? And then it becomes too much complicated and generally companies avoid implementing such solution and keep it semi-automatic. It's not completely automation, right? So do you have any such solutions or, frugal solutions which are comparatively lower in cost can be integrated and so that scheduling and sequencing can be achieved?
Yeah, thank you. So to answer this question, when I mentioned ASRS, which is the automated storage and retrieval systems, which we normally use in our industries for such storage and retrieval purposes, we have a dedicated software named WMS, which is the warehouse management system. This software specifically gets order from the SAP or ERP. And this command is being sent from this ERP SAP to WMS, and then from WMS it is given to sort of level 1, 2, 3 automations, and then to the local machineries. The machineries, if I say this is the stacker cranes, if it in case of ASRS system. Now for gate in or gate out, we have a dedicated software called TMS, which is the transportation management system, right? So where in this TMS software you have certain scorecards or reports where you can really fill in your key performance indicators, which are the KPIs, what you have to really meet, having giving set some preset values like this is your value and this is your objective. Like when you say, you keep defining some goals or objectives for your vehicles to pass it in a sequence. This sequence is not being followed, or there are some mishaps here and there. So once you ensure this software has been deployed with defining certain parameters, what you want to achieve, the software itself will take its own tasks. And whatever obstacles you face, the software will automatically clarify and correct whatever mistakes which are happening practically, and that will resolve your purpose.
So I think this is it
So I think we are done with the session. Now I request Ms. Bachchan to please do the honor and present memento to our speakers of the session. I request Ms. Bachchan to please present the memento to Mr. Karthik, Business Manager, Pesmel India. Mr. Praveen Kumar Mishra, Chief Railway Operations, TMILL. And I think we all can have a group photograph together. Thank you for such an insightful session. So now I think we can move on to the quiz because it's been a while we didn't ask anything. And there were no hampers which I can see running here or there. So please raise your hand if you are interested to participate in the quiz. Yes, sir, please come over. I've seen you raise your hand. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, please. So we have 3 participants. We need 2 more. 2 more hands I'm looking here. So let's see who's gonna raise his hand. Or we can choose voluntarily. I think I should let Ms. Bachchan to do the honor and choose 2 volunteers for the quiz. We have 3 here. Yes. So this time no explanation would be needed because I am coming up with a very simple question. Okay.
So now Tanya will be raising a question. If you know the answer, just raise the hand. ऐसे बोलना नहीं है वरना काउंट नहीं होगा. Disqualify हो जाएंगे. Raise the question.
Perfect. So the question is, what is the total length of Western Dedicated Freight Corridor from Dadri to JNPT? What is the total length of Western Dedicated Freight Corridor from Dadri UP to JNPT?
Just raise the hand if you know the question. Okay.
What is JNPT? Around 1,361 kilometers.
That is too precise though, but no. Any more guesses?
No, it's flat. You can try.
What is the total length of Western Dedicated Freight Corridor from Dadri UP to JNPT?
What?
He got it
1,500
right.
kilometers.
Yes.
1,500.
It is 1,100 kilometers. 1,100 kilometers.
1100?
It is around 1,250 kilometers.
No. No. Not closer. Yes, please.
I need to pick another 5 now.
Sorry?
It is 1,500.
1500 किलोमीटर्स. आपने कहाँ से गूगल करा, चैट जीपीटी किया, बताइए थोड़ा सा हमें. That man. 1504 kilometers, yes. Sir, please come here. You told 1200, I believe.
Yes, told me.
Okay. He said 1500, then he said earlier. Yes, sir, please come.
To be very precise, it is 1,504.
1506 kilometers. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Can we have the hamper, please?
Myself, Arun Kumar Sharma, retired General Manager Civil from Coal India Limited, residing at Noida.
Congratulations for the gift hampers. Wishing you a happy Diwali. आ जाइए. We will have another quiz. We'll pick 5 more people. Please raise your hand.
Please raise your hand. Okay, sir, please come. We have 4 participants now. 3. 4. Sir is roaming here. Sir, please come. He's dodging us. Okay, 6 is good. Okay. So let's come to the question. थोड़ा सा इस बार मुश्किल रखते हैं. Which major port in India handles the most diverse cargo? Which major port in India handles the most diverse cargo? No. Please specify the location as well.
Chennai.
Chennai, okay.
Is it?
Sorry?
Haldia? In Odisha, Paradip in Odisha होना चाहिए.
Chennai is the correct answer. So, can we have a big round of applause for Suri, sir? Chennai port, situated in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, is known for handling a wide range of cargo, including automobiles, petroleum products, iron, steel, and granite. So, Chennai port is the major port in India, which handles the most diverse. Okay, let's come to one more question. After this, we will be having the next session. Yes, sir, please come. Two more. 2 more picks. One more. Last time we had 7 participants in the end. Okay. So this time we would be coming along with numbers again. After the operationalization of Eastern Freight Corridor, what was the reduction in coal transit time from eastern coal fields to power plants in North India? I am repeating the question. After the operationalization of the Eastern Freight Corridor, what was the reduction in coal transit time from eastern coal fields to power plants in North India? Sorry? In terms of percentage.
23%.
Sorry?
23.
23, no. No.
20%.
No. 30 to 40% is the answer, between 30 to 40%. Although it was an hit and trial, मुझे ऐसे लग रहा है. बहुत अच्छा तुक्का लगाया सर आपने.
What is your name?
Amlan Malik. Liberty Shipping.
Liberty Shipping. Okay.
Happy Diwali.
Thank you. Same to you.
Wishing you a happy Diwali.
Thank you.
No. Thank you so much. So let's move on to the next session. The last session was really incredible one. So the next session is roads, highways, bridges and warehouses. And let me just invite the speakers. Mr. Mohit Kapoor, Chair Projects and Events Committee, Warehousing Association of India. A big round of applause for Mr. Mohit. Dr. Satish Pandey, Principal Scientist, CRRI. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Pandey? Mr. Ravendra Kumar Goyal, Principal Executive Director, Bridges at Indian Railway. Please have some applause. Mr. Arun Pandit, Co-Founder -SCS. Last but not the least, Mr. Pushpank Kaushik, Head Business Development, Subcontinent, Middle East and Southeast Asia, Jasper Shipping. So the discussion points would be efficient transportation network, last mile connectivity, development of expressway and dedicated freight corridors to reduce transit times. Along with it, development of BART services, infrastructure for hazardous materials. So the session will be moderated by Ms. Bachchan. Over to you, Ms. Bachchan.
Thank you so much, and I hope मैंने सबको उठा दिया नींद से. So the quiz are working very well, and also if you are feeling bored, you can open your mithai dabbas which are there in your bags and start munching. So we'll start this last session, which we have it on road, highway, bridges and warehouse, and we also have Mr. Pushpank, who is representing the chartering and FFAs from Jasper Shipping here. So I'll start with the panel discussion straight away, but first I would request all the speakers to talk for 3 to 4 minutes to introduce their expertise, area of expertise, and then we will start the questions. I'll start with Mr. Satish Pandey. Dr. Satish Pandey, over to you.
Thank you, Monica ji, for inviting into this important conference. I'm working with CSIR, Central Road Research Institute, Ministry of Science and Technology. So we are basically responsible for development of construction and maintenance technologies for development of road networks in the country. We are working closely with Ministry of Road Transport and Highway, Indian Road Congress, National Highway Authority of India, Border Road Organization, Central Public Work Department, and whosoever is dealing with the roads in the country. So like this is my expertise domain. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pushpank Kaushik from Jasper Shipping. Jasper Shipping is majorly into bulk, break bulk projects, mostly into subcontinent, Middle East and Southeast Asia. We specialize in operating and as brokers.
Logistics sector from somebody who is a part of Logistic Warehousing Association of India. So I think I will be the person who has seen the pains of steel industry, but who has also seen the opportunities coming up in logistics sectors. So no doubt there are a lot of challenges because our country and our economy industry is coming out of a slumber. So there will be challenges. We have to make pace to catch the developed worlds. But the best part about challenges, what I feel is they give us the opportunities as well. And trust me, all the stakeholders, right from the smallest player of logistic and steel industry, metal industry, to government, they are doing their bit to erase these things, and we are due to take a big leap ahead. let national logistic policy gain more momentum, let PM Gati Shakti come out in full force, and this country's economy is definitely going to breach the mark of those certain trillions, because there are two different assumptions and two different claims. So I'm not giving any figures, but yes, we'll definitely breach all those marks, and maybe much before 2047. So we'll definitely be an Atmanirbhar Viksit Bharat.
Thank you, Monica ji, for inviting me for this panel discussion. I am Principal Executive Director at Railway Board, Ravindra Kumar Goyal. My passion is about the bridges, you can say, because I have worked in RDSO, I have worked in bridge maintenance, I have worked in construction, made bridges, maintained bridges, and now I am taking stock of all the bridges and related problems. So, just for the sake of your information, Indian Railway is the only organization in the country which is under a single management, and it is having a full-fledged bridge department. The designations like Chief Bridge Engineer, Deputy Chief Bridge Engineers, they are very often not listened in any other government department. So I know the problems, I know the challenges, and I also know the demands of the industry to improve the logistics. And we, under the guidance of our able minister and our यशस्वी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी जो हैं, उनका जो गति शक्ति PM गति शक्ति योजना है, उसके तहत we are trying our best to improve the logistics, to reduce the logistics cost. So just for the sake of information, once again to everybody, there is a World Bank agency which gives the ranking of the India was ranking 54, and in 2024 we are ranking 38. So we have done a commendable progress in the last 10 years. And again, to give you some more data, about 5,000 kilometers of new track in terms of new lines, doubling or conversion, we have added in 2022-23, and again in 2023-24, we have added almost the similar network. So you can imagine 10,000 kilometers of track has been added in last 2 years, and this pace is to be maintained and to be improved. And with that, we are also adding to our demands of maintenance, and we are also cautious about reducing the cost of employees. We are, let me tell you again, when I joined railway some 34 years back, our Indian railway strength was 14,50,000 around. Now we are somewhere 12,50,000 only. So in last 34 years, we have reduced our employee strength, and we have expanded our network many more times. And just again one more thing, about 850 level crossings on an average per year we are reducing. 850 level crossing we are reducing every year by making either the subway or the ROB, or by making both. So this is again a big work we are doing to improve the logistics, because that eases out the delays that you take, that you encounter at the closed level crossing gates. So it's a big job that we have undertaken, and we are again trying to improve this pace. Right now 850 per year to say 1500 per year we would be doing after 3-4 years, because we have developed a new vertical to execute this work of. With so much of data, I hand over the mic to my next speaker, Mr. Arun Pandit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Arun Pandit, and I'm the co-founder at Hyphen SCS. So Hyphen SCS is India's biggest warehousing and fulfillment platform. Till date, we have onboarded around 54,000 warehouses, physically verified, across 380 cities, amassing a total area of more than 1 billion square feet, which is not only the highest in the country, but probably the highest in the world. We have got around 5,100 products and services which are related to warehousing, spread across more than 100 categories, which has got more than 750 filters. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to become the one-stop solution for anything and everything related to warehousing and fulfillment. I was one of the youngest members in the FICCI's National Committee for Logistics. I'm also the member of ASSOCHAM's National Council for Warehousing and Logistics, member of Warehouse Association of India with Mohit sir, and member of ITWA with Singla sir, who is sitting there. What we are trying to do is we are trying to not only digitize, automate, and optimize the entire warehousing and fulfillment ecosystem by use of first of all, getting data in hand, because what cannot be measured cannot be improved. So our first holy aim is to onboard about 1 million warehouses. There are about 10 lakh warehouses in India. We want to onboard them on a singular platform because data helps in understanding the standardization. Just to give you some quick facts, out of these 1 million warehouses, less than 2% of them have any WMS, TMS, even forget about the quality of the WMS, TMS being implemented with them. For 10 lakh warehouses, there are more than 7 lakh warehouse owners. So it's highly, highly fragmented. And even if you look into the online penetration, these warehouses are on less than 2% of them are available online. That means through property portals or just dials of the world which are there. Even if you look into the WDRAs of the world, which is the apex body in warehousing, they have got data of around 5,000 warehouses only. So what we are trying to do is first bring in the data. That data helps understand, gets insights, helps understand, get grading related information, how many of these warehouses are graded, what is the current standard, and what is required in order to optimize these warehouses for the future needs. So this is a broad introduction of myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all the panelists. Now we will start from the point of view of road and highways, for which I have Dr. Satish Pandey, Principal Scientist of CRRI. Satish ji, you are a pioneer in innovations in roads, technologies. I want to understand how can research and innovation in road construction and maintenance help accommodate the heavy vehicle load required for metal and mineral transport, where we see there's so many roads, they get washed off during rainy season, and we have seen it happening. So what kind of research and innovation can help us with roads and highways?
Thank you, Monica ji. It's a very important question. Like in majority of industrial corridor as well as in mining areas, we are finding roads in quite deteriorated in condition. And although the India holds world's second largest road network, and Indian Road Congress has around 350 specification and guidelines for construction of different type of road networks across the country, but still there is no dedicated guidelines and specification for construction of roads in the mining areas as well as in industrial corridor. So if you will see the Indian scenario, then the legal axle load limit is 10.5 ton, and when we design the road, then we consider this particular axle load to determine the pavement test composition and all. But in reality, on industrial corridor as well as in mining areas, we are finding the axle load ranging between 25 to 40 ton. So it's like this particular heavier axle load condition is damaging our road network. So in this direction, we have developed a couple of new innovative solutions, and we are implementing along with National Highway Authority of India in dedicated mining and industrial corridors, particularly in state of Odisha as well as in Chhattisgarh, so that these roads can sustain this heavy axle load without any sort of deterioration in 10 to 12 years service lifetime. Another important aspect in this domain is to utilization of industrial waste material as well as the waste material generated into the mines. So like majority of mines are the open cast mines where the huge quantity of overburden waste are generated. So we are working closely with Tata to utilize these overburden waste for the construction of heavy duty roads in the mining area. Majority of roads are basically shifting in nature since the mines remain operated for a particular period of time, and after that this road is supposed to be shifted. So these roads are largely unpaved road, which also causes significant air pollution, ambient air pollution in the area. So we have developed certain sustainable economical options which can be adopted by the mining industry for constructing the heavy duty roads in this area. In this direction, our new invention is the steel slag road technology, where we have utilized the industrial waste of steel industry for the construction of heavy duty roads. We constructed world's first steel slag road at Surajgarh, Gujarat, connecting AMNS India Arcelor plant to Hazira port, utilizing 100% steel slag as a substitute of natural aggregate. So one of the most advantageous aspect of this road is that, like in comparison to the conventional road, this road is around 32% thinner and around 4 times stronger. So we are monitoring its performance continuously for last 2.5 years, and there is no single pothole found in it. We replicated this success story with Tata Steel in Jamshedpur Ranchi-Kolkata corridor, as well as with JSW Steel on NS66 Mumbai-Goa, and these roads are performing satisfactorily on various serviceability parameters. So in the similar direction, we are parallelly working different types of industrial waste utilization like red mud, fly ash, and zero site, the industrial waste generated through the zinc industry. Through that, how we can utilize them in place of natural aggregate and construct more durable, more stronger road in comparison to natural one.
Thank you so much. And I want to ask you another question. What advancements in road construction technology can help reduce transit times for trucks carrying bulk material to factories, warehouse and ports? Of course, you have spoken about slag roads, but besides slag, is there any more technology? You are saying slag is an economical option. So are there more economical options other than slag? As in, do we have multiple options?
Yeah, so it's largely depend upon its spatial distribution, like in what area, what type of material is available. Besides that, there are certain alternate methods also. We are working on a stabilized road network. So stabilization is another option where which you can construct a highly durable road. So one such project we are carrying out in Sri Parambadur, in one of the industrial corridor, where we are stabilizing the local native soil through a slag-based stabilizer. So it's a very less quantity of material is required to carry out in situ stabilization, through which we can improve the in situ strength of the road by 3 to 4 times. There are another options, utilization of geotextiles and geogrid inside the road. So 3-dimensional geocell can be utilized for to improve the bearing capacity of the local native soil, which is having low bearing capacity in terms of 2 to 3 CBR value. So it can also provide an economical option. The third important aspect is that the road maintenance. So the road maintenance is another important dimension. You can adopt the periodic maintenance technologies which can bring down the major rehabilitation cost significantly. If there is a periodic and timely intervention of the road maintenance, then the large distresses in terms of potholes, ruttings and cracking will not develop, and your industrial corridor will last long. Similarly, particularly in the warehouse areas, like there is no dedicated guidelines is available in order to construct the road in and around the warehouse areas where majority of slow moving traffics are plying. So when there is a traffic is moving in a very slow speed, there is a higher amount of stresses on the road network, and it causes major deterioration in the road. So we are developing one such dedicated guideline along with Indian Road Congress to what type of road should be constructed in and around the warehouse areas, and how and what sort of maintenance is required in that.
Thank you so much. And roads तो अधूरा रहता है जब तक ब्रिजेस एंड फ्लाईओवर्स नहीं बनते हैं. So moving on to Mr. Ravindra Kumar Goyal, Principal Executive Director, Bridges at Indian Railway. So I want to ask you, based on your experience, what needs to be done to improve quality of construction and monitor the health of bridges for their sustainability? Also, if you could tell us the significance of bridges in creating the efficient transportation network.
Okay. Actually, bridges are vital links, across the rivers, valleys, or all other kinds of obstructions that you have. So when we construct a bridge, in railways, we always think of how it will be maintained and how difficult or how easy it would be if we select a particular type of a configuration. So all the economy of maintenance is taken into consideration at the time of planning of the bridge. Because once you develop some kind of a defect during the service, it is very difficult to rectify this defect, because you cannot compromise on the operations, because that will cut down your basically the savings that you are giving in logistics. So when we construct a bridge, we have to think of its effective maintenance. And I think this is a very good feature with bridges in Indian Railways, that we have got a centralized command where all the drawings of the even new constructions, they are examined by one authority from different perspectives. That is safety during the construction and the maintenance aspects and the economics. Economy of construction also, economy of time also. Because whatever construction we do, if we are doing a construction for a, say, bridge by this side of a existing line, we have to see that the existing operations, they are not hampered. There is no activity which can endanger the safety of the existing bridge or existing operations. So this is very important for us to scrutinize the drawings at the stage of planning itself. That's why many people, they criticize the railways that they take a lot of time in scrutiny of the drawings and giving approvals. But unfortunately, it is our endeavor to ensure that the operations, existing operations, they do not suffer because of any activity, any new activity that we are going to undertake in the vicinity of the track. So that is first point about the construction that we consider. The second thing you said about the health monitoring, again, we have inherited a legacy from the Britishers regarding the maintenance systems. We have got the codal provisions, we have got the manual provisions for almost each and every aspect of maintenance, whether it is bridge maintenance, whether it is building maintenance, whether it is track maintenance or any other maintenance. So for bridges also, for design we have got different codes. For loadings, we have got bridge rules. So they specify the kind of loads that you have to undertake, that you have to consider while designing a new bridge. They gives us the guidelines for designing of superstructure, designing of substructure, designing of foundations. And then bridge manuals we are having, then supported by a R&D organization, RDSO, BNS directed, that gives us guidelines how to do a particular type of a job. So that way we are able to maintain our bridges, and you would surprise, we have got 1,65,000 bridges on Indian Railways, and all of them are on a portal, and we can access about the features of a bridge out of these 1,65,000 bridges just by clicking of a mouse. So that kind of a bridge management system we are having, and that's how we are able to maintain these bridges and give you a service which is almost without any break in the operation.
Right,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, sir. So I'm hearing some noise from the back benches. जो क्लास में होते हैं ना, नॉटी बच्चे जो आखिरी में बैठते हैं लास्ट सीट्स पे एंड सबसे ज़्यादा शोर मचाते हैं. So I request the back benches to maintain the silent. Trust me, after 30 minutes you will get the tea, coffee, and we will be having a networking hour. We can get some photos clicked. So till now, I request the back benches to maintain the silence. These are the people, the naughtiest in the class, I can see that. So, Ravindra sir, I have another question for you. So, when we talk about the bridges designs, in fact, we did one webinar, if you recall, on why so many bridges are collapsing nowadays. And during the rainy season, one of the feedback what I received after the webinar, some of the audience, they said it is because of inland waterways, because they're doing too much of dredging of rivers. Does it also impact river bridges, or maybe it is just another angle to think upon?
Monica ji, let me tell you, this can be one off case, but we have got a system where we inspect each and every bridge once before the monsoon, just to see if there is anything which can endanger the safety of the bridge during the monsoon, and then one inspection by the assistant level officer after the monsoon to check whether any serious damage has been done to the bridge or not. So this is a very meticulous laid down system, and we are very seriously monitoring these two inspections and recording it on the bridge management system as I have just explained to you.
My next follow-up question to you on this, because you're from the bridge, so I have many questions for you, but
sure.
I'll try to reduce my questions. When we design the bridge and when we construct a bridge, what is the lifespan we think that bridge should survive?
Monica ji, again, this question is actually not very straight question, because there is no relationship between the age of the bridge and the design parameters as on date. But in case of steel girder bridges that we are having lot many steel girder bridges, because steel was the most preferred material by the Britishers when they constructed these bridges. Concrete had come later on in 1930s or so earlier the bridges were mostly in steel. So these steel girder bridges, when they are subjected to dynamic loads, they suffer fatigue. And it was a mystery to understand how this fatigue affects the life of a bridge. So in 1982, it was first came in BS code, BS 5400 part 10, I would be very accurate to say, that this mystery was solved. And then Indian Railway kept on working on this. In 2012, we came up with a code where we could correlate with the life of the bridge, steel girder bridge, with the type of loading and the GMT of the route. As somebody has been talking right now, that they are facing problem in the road because of the heavier axle load. So we have been monitoring this issue, and we have found there is a direct effect of running heavier axle load on the fatigue life of the bridges. So we are now having a formula to correlate, and rather it doesn't give very accurate picture, but it gives a very reasonable estimate of the residual fatigue life of the existing girder bridges. And we have got the provisions now to design the new bridges depending upon what kind of loading we will be having and what kind of a GMT we would be having. So this is a very wonderful question. Thank you for asking this question, because I was involved with the research on this topic. Thank you.
So one last question before you close the mic. So as we are talking here today about modern logistics, we are seeing so many modern bridges are falling. So when it gets constructed in 2 days, as in, let's take an example of Bihar, especially Bhagalpur area, the river bridges are almost falling whenever it gets constructed. In fact, I think during the webinar, we also discussed, and these are all fresh constructions. So again coming to, मतलब वहीं पे हम आ रहे हैं जलेबी की तरह दोबारा से.
No, ma'am. What I would like to say, these are the bridges which have been constructed by the unprofessional people, I would say. Maybe I cannot comment who were the people who had constructed or who had been overseeing the construction. But fortunately, so far we have not, or rather you must not have heard about any railway bridge getting failed in such a short duration.
That is absolutely true, and we must congratulate you for Chenab. I think it's an engineering marvel
yes.
है.
Yes, not only Chenab.
उसके लिए तो एक जोरदार ताली हो जाए for Chenab Bridge. One of the finest structure by Indian Railway.
Yes,
absolutely
not only Chenab,
congratulating you for
many
that.
more such bridges. One is Anjikhad, other is Bogibeel Bridge in Assam and you say Arunachal Pradesh. It has connected Assam with the Arunachal Pradesh. And then one more bridge recently, it has been announced 4-lane rail cum road bridge, wherein 6 lanes of road would be there on the new rail bridge. So costing around 2,600 crores at Banaras, between Mughal Sarai, between Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay and Banaras. So this will be another marvel, I would say. Thank you.
So now from the roads to bridges, now we are moving on to the warehouses. And for warehouses, we have Mr. Mohit Kapoor and Mr. Arun Pandit. Mohitji, coming to you. So looking at the current scenario and government planning for better logistic infrastructure for metals in India. Okay, I want to take up the question. How do you see the role of warehouses evolving in the metals and mineral supply chain?
See, logistic, if said, is a backbone of our economy, will not be exaggeration. And currently, government definitely, there's a reason why national logistic policy is working on bringing down this logistic cost from current 13 to 14% to single digit, which is in developed country, it is 7 to 8%. And warehousing, as few of the predecessors I've heard saying, that logistics and warehousing are part of entire system. So this warehousing is actually, I would say, representing three major aspects of our industry: supply chain, logistic, and warehousing as well. So warehousing now is evolving day by day. If I talk about my own experience, our association, we are the first one in 2022 to create E-standards of warehousing in India, which is now proudly being followed by Japanese, German, and American warehousing industries. So we are trying to streamline and standardize the warehousing concept designs, which will help government to plan better about the logistic hubs, as well as the end users to utilize it up to the best efficiency. Since new warehousing and standards will be developed, so they will be bound to have new material handling equipments, new creation of a very simple thing of creating a dock, a docking at warehouse. It reduces the time of loading, unloading. And some few issues that are hampering this industry are lack of multimodal transportation and intermodal transportation. We have been hearing since morning, and I've been hearing in all workshops and seminars, that 60% of our logistic is still dependent on roads, which is very costly, which is time consuming. And the worst part is, on a national average, it is not same. If we talk about the speed of road transportation, in Gujarat and Rajasthan, it is around 37 to 40 kilometers per hour. When we come to the eastern side, say Odisha, Jharkhand, Bengal, it reduces to 18 to 26 kilometers. And it is a hub for steel industry or metal industry. So that is having a multiple effect of not just increased cost, increasing carbon emissions, increased blockage on road transportation, as well as there is a hidden cost as well. When the end consumers and stakeholders not confirmed about the time duration they will need to get either their raw materials transported or bring or distribute their finished product, they are bound to keep extra stocks, inventories, which are not required. So as we say, a penny saved is a penny earned. A penny stuck in unutilized stock is a penny wasted. So this national logistic policy, as well as our Gati Shakti master plan, they are working to give very optimization into this warehousing sector. And another issue why railway, despite being very cheaper as compared to road transport, has not been adopted is because of the first mile and last mile connectivity issues from railway yards. And what is happening is, another staggering figures is, India, and I'll give my own examples. 6 months back when I was selling steel in APL Apollo, my standard line, because I was fed that by my factory and sales team, was to tell the clients that you have to give us a PO in multiple of 25 to 30 tons. Though I was particularly not dealing into retail trade, I was dealing into construction. The requirement was 500 to 5,000 tons. Still, we had a habit of asking the client to give us PO in multiple of 25 to 30 ton, because we know that the truck's load is that. Whereas if we would have asked them or ourselves tried to transport those material into a 40 metric ton capacity truck, the cost would have been reduced by 40%. Time would have increased in delivery, carbon emission would have reduced, but even we were not ready to step up. And what's happening right now in interiors or last mile connectivity, we are using smaller 9 metric ton trucks, which is not efficient, not cost wise, not carbon emission wise, not time wise. So we have to still inculcate all those ideas and start focusing and investing on future technologies, digitalization, you say, for last mile connectivity, for data. And the worst part is we are not yet ready to digitalize ourselves, so we are lacking data, which is hampering our government's planning as well, because government needs data to plan. So warehousing is up for a revamp, and steel industry or metal industry should also try and focus on not just depending upon or not just focusing on short-term benefits, look at the long-term benefits, incorporate all those new technology and new ideas that government is bringing, and then the sky will be the limit.
I think you have covered almost all the aspects. Now coming to the Mr. Arun Pandit, you're a specialist into warehouse designing and all. I want to ask you, how does warehouse design impact the efficiency of metal and minerals logistic, and what are the key elements to consider when designing a warehouse, especially for handling heavy materials like steel, aluminum and other metals?
Thank you. So basically, while coming for this discussion, being a warehousing related startup, I tried to search a lot of material when specific to industrial and metal and minerals related warehousing. I read through multiple reports and I realized that there is very, very limited data available to, you can say, actionable insights in order to build a particular warehouse. At a broader level, when it comes to location decision factors, where do we build a warehouse for an industrial consumption or a metal and mineral consumption? I went through some, you can say, theories which were called Weber's theory, which were focused on regional parameters, which focused on agglomerative or deglomerative factors. But it had also got a lot of flaws which could not be implemented specifically when it comes to India. Then there was another theory which was called Sargat-Florence theory, which worked on the coefficient of localization. So first of all of these theories which are propelled by big economists are typically not relevant to India. So there is no India specific. So whenever we talk about grading also, like Mohit sir said, if you look into the grading, maybe Japanese and American companies are looking forward to that grading. But when it comes to India, of course it is good with respect to benchmarking. But practically how many people can implement that? Every particular standard in that grading has an ISO standard or a BIS standard. I particularly feel that 99% of the people who own warehouses cannot understand and practically implement those benchmarks. So when again digging into the industrial segment, I realized that if you want to find an industrial or a metal and minerals kind of warehousing, we get a lot of queries of it. But it is very difficult to find a particular warehouse for that. Because most of these warehouses are very niche warehouses. These are niche warehouses which typically are generally built to suit. It's not openly available for them. Of course, the ROI is high, 15-20%, even more. But typically, they are not easily available if you want that kind of warehousing. They require dense hybrid racks, which are there. As far as the flooring is considered, the normal concrete flooring doesn't work. For lower loads, you do an epoxy coating. For a higher load, you create an epoxy flooring itself in order to basically carry that particular loadage. Most of them are not smart in nature because as of now, they are still working on at a basic conceptual operational level. And what I found out was that the return on investment, like I said, is 15 to 20%, which is comparatively higher with respect to the other warehouses. And as far as the design is considered, see, a typical warehouse, industrial warehouse in US would be somewhere around 1 million square feet, which looks into metals and minerals. India, it would be somewhere around 1 lakh to 3 lakh. So average warehouse size for a metal and mineral warehouse would be 1,60,000 warehouses, which is very, very small. In order to get the exact efficiencies from these warehouses, you require a much, much bigger warehouse. Because space utilization is of importance, and if the space is bigger, you are able to minimize the distance run, because the kind of commodities which are stored there, it doesn't require frequent changing of hand. It requires a singular flow. It needs to be very well designed with respect to the material comes in, whether it is stored, then how it moves into the end transportation or the shipping part of it. Then the other thing is, as far as safety is considered, like I've already told, the reinforced flooring are required, signs are required, anti-slip is required, because safety is of a major concern. I've been to warehouses of Tata Steel and I've seen how diligently they apply it. Structural considerations are very important when you create an industrial warehouse, because like I've talked about the reinforced flooring. High ceiling, the ceiling is typically 12 to 16 meters because you require specific cranes, gantry cranes, which are required in order to pick and move the particular warehouse. HDR systems are required for storage and handling of equipment. Forklifts are required. Overhead cranes are required. And in specific case, when it comes to minerals, so you require conveyor belts depending upon the type of minerals in order to optimize the entire flow. Space related, there as far as a lot of economical and environmental constraints are also there. Ventilation is important. Ventilation is an important factor. Dust and temperature control is an important factor. You need to put in dust suppression systems, which are required in order to comply to these policies. So what I've typically found out is, as far as industrial warehouse is concerned, finding the land, there are multiple factors. First is the economical factor. Where do you get the land cheaper? The access to commute, which is roadways, which is a very big concern. Most of the places, if you go to warehouses of metals and minerals, you'll find that road is typically damaged. It is not a very easy to use road. I mean, you will have a joyride going through those particular. That hampers the logistics part of it also, and it also hampers the transportations, because the transporters are not very happy and willing to go through that particular thing. So typically, in these kind of warehouses, there are a lot of challenges, the economical challenges, environmental related challenges, local challenges. A lot of these warehouses you need to be constructed considering the policies and tax benefits which are there. So at an overall level, I feel there's a lot to be done when it comes to industrial warehousing. Education is required, benchmarking is required. If I ask anyone, okay, do we have a consolidated handbook of what are the best practices for a metal and mineral warehousing? Probably will not have. We'll have to go to individual consultants for each and everything in order to get that particular thing. So I think there's a long way to go in this, but in the industrial warehousing. But as India is given them 14, you can say manufacturing related incentives are being given. So the manufacturing would increase. If the manufacturing would increase, automatically these warehouses would be required more, whether it's for raw material or assembling or finished goods. So I think things would improve in future, but right now there's a lot to be done.
So now we have covered warehouses, design aspect, logistic aspect. Now we are moving on to the shipping aspect. For that we have Mr. Pushpang Kaushik, Head Business Development of Jasper Shipping. So Pushpang ji is looking after freight forwarding. I want to understand from you, Pushpang ji, in the current global trade environment, what are the key challenges faced in freight forwarders in the shipping industry, particularly for the transportation of metals and minerals, and how is Jasper Shipping addressing these challenges to ensure smooth and reliable logistics?
Thank you, Monica ji. First of all, thank you, Arun ji, for elaborating so much on warehousing. I believe when young entrepreneurs like Arun ji comes forward and sets up a startup or a new organization for an ancillary industry like warehousing in logistic as an industry, it's the way forward for our nation. Because we have one of the best companies here, TM International, speaking about logistics. We have Arun ji here. So the way forward is bright for India. And when we talk about challenges in freight forwarding and how Jasper Shipping overcomes these challenges, we live in a world which is very volatile, and world risk and the global risk that exists right now with various issues coming up in other parts of the world, wars and issues in the Red Sea. These are one of the biggest challenges that as a forwarding company or as a logistic company which we face when we talk about metals and minerals being imported or exported out of India. And to cater to these challenges, we have to be aware. Our team needs to monitor these at regular intervals, almost on daily basis sometimes, so that we can have alternate routes coming up. We can avoid the congestions for our clients. And that's what our team can do to overcome these challenges. And when we talk about the freight rate changes that a company faces, the most useful tool that we always advise our customers is to enter into long-term contracts and have forward freight agreements, which can avoid the volatility of the freight rates. So freight diversification is also an option.
So Pushpang ji, coming to the cost optimization in shipping, freight cost can be a significant factor in metals and mineral logistics. What strategies is Jasper Shipping employing to optimize shipping routes and reduce cost, particularly for bulk cargo shipments, if you tell us, and how does technology play a role in this?
So I'm always a big support for technology advancements, particularly in logistics. And with blockchain and AI-driven options available, which brings in the visibility and the solutions for our industry, this is the way forward for freight or the cost optimization, as you said, Monica ji. And apart from this, like I mentioned in the last part, freight diversification is very important. That means we have multiple options available for our clients to get the freight rates as in, for them, for their logistic cost. Third, and the most suitable, which almost every company here follows, is hiring the complete vessel and shipping their goods. Let it be a Capesize or a Panamax or a Supramax, depends on their requirements. It's always the most comfortable option to bring down the cost.
So I'm opening the house for the Q&A. You can raise your hand. My colleagues will hand over the mics to you. But before, now since they are getting it ready, Pushpangji, my last question to you. With the trade regulations, we are seeing that right now there are a lot of trade regulations due to global dynamics are changing. So how is it affecting the shipping industry, these trade regulations of other countries also? And what role does your team play in helping the clients navigating these changes, especially in complex shipping environment?
So, a very nice question, because in the very opening statement, the very first statement that I made, it was about volatility in the world trade right now. And almost on the daily basis, our team has to be like a news agency sometimes, informing our clients whether there's going to be a congestion US, whether there's a Red Sea route which is going to be hampered by a certain bombing at a certain point of time on a particular vessel which comes up. So we have to keep our clients informed so that they can make informed decisions for their trade. This is the most important part of all. And once we do this, we are able to maneuver their shipments from an alternate route or give them a different timeline for shipping their products, which may be at a later point of time, or dealing with a different ship owner altogether, not dealing with a particular country. Now logistics, when combined with banking, it becomes a big difficulty. A country which might have been very easy to trade with maybe a month earlier is not today. There might be a sanction on a particular country which makes your funds get stuck, maybe which gets your contracts get stuck. So it's always and always important that you consult your logistic companies if they are good at it and if the team is aware on what trades to enter, and you have them as partners throughout your trade process.
Yeah, so please raise your hand. Yeah, at the back. Devashish. Salochana ji.
So since we are also in freight forwarding, I had read about digital freight forwarders, and I would like to have your views that do you see it as a challenge or you see it as an opportunity going forward, being a freight forwarder yourself?
Ma'am, I have a belief system that we do not have competition in logistics as an industry, because in India, logistics was never appreciated as an industry. We were never the mainstream industry. So we do not have any competitors in our industry. All we have are support centers for each other. Even if we have digital freight forwarders, it's a good thing, but there's a big disadvantage in being a digital freight forwarder. You do not understand the dynamics of your customer. Every customer comes with unique needs, problems, and solutions that we need to provide to them. So even if digital freight forwarders exist, the solution that they are providing might not be up to the mark of what client needs. And every area in India has a different requirement altogether.
So you see that there is space for everyone to play upon.
Space for everyone. It's an ecosystem that we have to focus on. Logistic ecosystem has to grow in India. For India to bring down the cost from 14% at present to 7 to 8%, we are talking about an ecosystem, no competition.
Thanks.
So I'll just add to it. So do you know that the top 10 organized players with respect to logistics and supply chain in India constitutes of less than 1% of the total logistics spend in the country? Typically, if you go to US and China, this number would be 10-15%. So you can very well imagine that even if there are organized players coming in, there is a lot of scope. It's not even 1%, it's like approximately 1%. So that would probably give you insights. One of our investors is Flexport. Flexport is one of the world's biggest digital freight forwarders. And like Pushpang said, I totally agree with him that he is like a news agency. So every single day he is giving information regarding the different routes, what are the challenges there, what they need to be taken. So lot of education needs to happen, and education also needs to happen almost at a real time kind of basis, because that hampers the decision, capital gets blocked, decision needs to be made. So I totally agree with Pushpank on that front.
And what are your thoughts, Trilochana ji, on this, the question?
For a change, I tend to agree with both the speakers. I think there is a big market. Standardization of freight forwarding as a service, we have still many years to go. So I tend to agree with both of them. Thanks.
All right, more hands. Any questions? Yes.
My question is to...
Please introduce yourself, sir.
Ma'am, I'm Raj Gopal from AMNS, and my question is to Satish Pandey-ji. Sir, like you have explained the usage of slag and red sand in roads and different roads. Is there any plan of using iron ore tails also? Any R&D has been done in this regard?
I'm doing for AMNS India, your Dantewada facility. So you are having 15 million ton iron ore tailing there. So we are working out the mechanism to get it utilized for the construction of roads in the region. So we are working with AMNS India closely in this direction. But since the iron ore tailing is quite different than slag, so it's require a different technological dimension at all.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just one more thing I just want to share. As I understand right now, the cost of logistics is around 14%. And what I understand right now, the the share of railways is about 27% in the total transportation sector. And if it can be raised to about 40%, probably we would reduce this cost of logistics drastically, maybe 9 to 8%. And it will also help us to reduce the carbon emission, because you know it is about 1/10 less polluting. Railways is 1/10 less polluting as compared to roadways. Thank you.
I would like to add into it. Sir, this is something what a wonderful thing the National Logistic Policy and PM Gati Shakti has done. They have already mapped around 2,000 metals and steel manufacturing plants across India, and they have not focused on one area or one district. They have mapped it across India. This will help government to use in planning for multimodal hubs, and for creating first mile and last mile connectivity to make them able to use these railway yards, because railway line can pass anywhere, but railway yards have to be strategically placed. Apart from them, almost similar numbers, or almost all the numbers of our mineral and metal raw material sites have already mapped. Around 22 deficiency points have been targeted, which require intra-department or intra-government confusions were there, they have to be rectified. And SPEL, sectoral plans for efficient logistics, the draft had already been submitted to EGOS. EGOS is empowered group of secretaries, which houses around 23 secretaries directly under Cabinet Secretary and PMO. It will be out soon. So all these things will help to push more logistic trade towards railway, because we all know it is faster, cheaper, as well as less carbon emission, and it won't require too much load on our existing freight corridors and expressways.
And one more thing I have to say, actually, as Railways is trying its best to give you a very reliable transportation, we need now the support from the R&D sectors, mostly from IITs, where we find this, particularly in bridges, there is not much teaching being done. So we have already taken up the issue with the Ministry of Education also to teach MTech in bridge engineering. And then we also have got a Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya at Vadodara, where we would be giving this MTech program in bridge engineering in years to come. We are already planning the syllabus and taking necessary steps. Meanwhile, we are also starting short-term courses on particular subjects to teach the bridge engineering in small modules. So all these things will help to create more awareness, more trained personnel in the country in bridge engineering, which will help to serve the nation in a better way and reduce the cost of logistics. Thank you.
So you have provided most of the, majorly the answer of my question that I had written for you to be asked in the networking session. Despite RDSO's very stringent laws, which is actually helping railway bridges to stay intact. I am born and brought up in Delhi. Since my childhood, I am hearing the old Delhi bridge, that Lohe Wala Pul, that it has been already 100 years ago. So now, I am 47 now, it is intact. Despite that, there is sometimes adamancy of, sorry for my word, choice of words, adamancy of adopting new technology, and trust me, when we talk about railway bridges or railway engineering, there is hardly any technology that is being developed fully in India or conceptualized in India. We all are actually importing or adapting certain technologies, making them India viable and presenting to RDSO. The issue is, even the railway ministry says that you have to go to the grind of RDSO approvals. So how you should, I believe all these universities which you are teaching new students, it will help RDSO officers also to adopt to new technology, at least gleefully accept them and adopt it.
It's a very good discussion that has started. I would like to continue it for some more time. Actually, when you say RDSO has not grown for the last 30-40 years. It also needs support from the external players, say IITs. For example, the research which I have told you, fatigue, I did the first project on this topic with IIT Roorkee, and people were not convinced that this project will be a success. But somehow it was a grand success, and we could change the complete way of designing steel girder bridges, and the code finally came in 2012. We started the work in 2003. So it took about 9 years for us to complete this project. But now it has opened up. Of course, it was something not new, but it was there in the other codes of other countries like Euro code, British code, Australian code, AREMA, etc., etc. But that has given us the hope that IITs can really help us, provided we have got a kind of a center there in each and every IIT. Of course, CRRI has got a bridge division, I understand. But that is not sufficient. We need to develop more such centers in bridge engineering if you want the sturdy bridges to be constructed and they are to be sustained for a longer period of time. So this is my submission. And then one more thing, the consultants. In fact, the problem with the technology is people give us the technology, they suggest us the technology, but they don't take the responsibility. If something is good, then it's okay. They take the credit. But something fails, they wash off their hands. The responsibility of running the railways is with the railway administration. So we have to be cautious. We cannot take experiments without getting sure about the results. That is the problem. Thank you.
Sir, you will be glad to know that under Technology Mission for Indian Railway, we are developing the steel slag-based railway track along with RDSO and Ministry of Steel. So like in place of the natural railway ballast, you can utilize the steel slag-based railway ballast, which can increase your load carrying capacity of the track significantly. There will be the increase of 3 to this particular project has been taken up under Technology Mission for Indian Railway, but now re-sanctioned by the Ministry of Steel. Since the similar sort of issue of internal finance and all these things happened in the RDS, so it got delayed. Now it has been taken up by the Indian Railway. So
thank you very much.
Coordinating this particular project from CRRI.
Thank you for this information, but we need many more areas of research to be explored. I know many areas, but I don't find the research people available to do those, to work on those areas.
So I think we are done with the questions, and that was incredible session. And I request Ms. Bachchan to please present the mementos to the speakers. Mr. Mohit Kapoor, Chair Projects and Events Committee, Warehousing Association of India. Can we have a round of applause? Dr. Satish Pandey, Principal Scientist, CRRI. Thank you so much. Mr. Ravendra Kumar Goyal, Principal Executive Director, Bridges at Indian Railways. Mr. Arun Pandit, Co-founder, SCS. Last but not the least, Mr. Pushpang Kaushik, Head Business Development, Jasper Shipping. Thank you so much. And I think let's move on to the quiz question. Please raise your hand. This would be the last question for today, which means last chance to grab the hamper. Last quiz question, please raise your hand.
Please come ahead, sir.
Okay, one. We need more participants. Yes, please come, sir. So we have 3 participants now. We need 2 more. 4. We need 1 more participant. This would be the last one. Okay, we have got the 5 participants now. The question is, I thought that he's coming and joining us. He came and sit over there. The first one. अब आप आ ही जाइए सर यहाँ पर. I think I should start with a question now. Which port is likely to become India's first mega port with 267 million tons capacity by 2030? Which port is likely to become... Yes, no. नहीं हुआ. No. Which port is likely to become India's first mega port with 267 million tons capacity?
It is Paradip Post? Paradip Port?
No. No.
Chennai.
No.
Chennai.
No. Yes, ma'am. No. No, it's not correct. Yes. No. वो तो गूगल कर लिया आपने इतनी देर में कांडला. Although Kandla is a correct answer, but I think he googled the answer. Okay, I have one more question. And this time only the participants will. Recently our Honorable Minister said that Indian roads would be better than roads of which country? It's a very easy answer. आज पहले session में इसका discussion हुआ है. Recently Honorable Minister said that Indian roads would be better than the roads of which country?
USA.
USA is the correct answer. So can we have the hamper please?
I will not guess this, madam.
Sir, please introduce yourself, your name.
I am Arvind Kumar, retired from Ministry of Coal in 2023. Thank you.
Congratulations and happy Diwali. Thank you so much.
Once again, happy Diwali to all of you and congratulations.
Join us for tea and we can do something.
Please join us for tea, and there we have Diwali games. Diwali hai aur cards na khelein to fir to Diwali incomplete hai. So please join us for tea opposite to the conference hall and join us for the cards game.
By innovations in the steel
Now I
value chain
request Ms.
are
Bachchan to please come up and share her remarks for today, insights, and of course her closure.
Private Limited.
Metalogic promotes open communication channels where employees are encouraged to share their ideas, concerns, and
सर 2 minutes और bear कर लीजिए with my closing speech. As we come to the end of this insightful conference of modern logistics for metals and minerals, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your participation and engagement throughout the day. Your insights and support have truly enriched and discussions, and we are grateful for the time you took us for today. I want to thank all our speakers. Okay, we have a wallet. Somebody left it. Pooja Divedi. Madam, please carry your wallet. A big thank you to our sponsors and partners, our support association, whose generous support made this event possible. Your commitment to the industry and collaboration with Metalogic PMS is invaluable. I would also like to acknowledge our exceptional speakers and panelists who shared their expertise and experience with us. The depth of knowledge and the innovative ideas you presented are what make gathering like this so meaningful. Thank you for taking the time to prepare and share your insights, which undoubtedly inspired many of us. To our attendees, thank you for your active participation in the quiz, in all the Q&As, insightful questions, and willingness to share your own experience and challenges. It is through your engagement that we derive meaningful conversation and ultimately find solutions that push our industry forward. As we move forward, let's carry the energy and insight we gained today into our respective organization. The discussions we have had a crucial shaping a more efficient, sustainable, and innovative logistic landscape for the minerals and metals sector. I want to call upon my team. My team, please come forward. Everyone, please come ahead. देखो नाम नहीं ले पाऊंगी, बहुत सारे हो गए हो, भूल जाती हूँ मैं. आगे आ जाओ सब लोग ना. Everybody, please come ahead. So this conference, what you have attended today, this is my young team of professionals who are behind the show. So we have 3 departments. One is the creative department. Please raise your hand. Amarjit, Shiv, and Prachi. So the creatives, what you are seeing, the videos which you have seen here, these are all designed by our in-house team. And also do not forget to carry the reports available in our stall of Meta Weekly and the Inland Waterways special report we have created for you. And we have the second department of marketing team. So all the efforts of calling the sponsors, support association, delegates, and all the VIPs. Marketing team, please raise your hands. So this is our marketing team, Yasmin, Rahul, Hardik. These are the people who are again behind the show of calling you, inviting you, and taking your follow-ups. We have a third department of content team, behind the scene, all the research. Yeah, please raise your hand. Rajat, Manu, Devashish, Kanwal, and Zaid. So these are the guys, all the R&D, the agenda, the reports, what you see, and the news which you get on everyday basis from us. These are the guys who are behind the news and services. And of course, for the membership, let's not forget Ruchi Tripathi. Yeah, so please become our member, official member of Metalogic. Reach out to Ms. Ruchi Tripathi to get the membership of Metalogic. And also that not only helps with the research and news, but also a lot of benefits throughout the year you'll be getting while participating in the conference. I'm excited to announce that we will meet again in December in Chennai for our next conference. Thank you so much. Focusing on steel service centers and advanced color coated. I encourage you all to join us for more engaging discussion and networking opportunity. The conference in Chennai, we are planning to organize in the month of December, and that will primarily focusing on steel service center. We have done steel service center 2 years ago at Pune, and trust me, it was a wonderful engagement with all the technology providers, steel makers, and distributors who participated. And this time again, we are expecting the same from the southern region. Before we conclude, I want to wish you all a very happy Diwali in advance. May the festival of light bring joy, prosperity, and innovation into your lives and businesses. Thank you once again for being here and contributing to the success of this conference. Safe travel home, and I look forward to seeing you in December. Thank you so much.
This is a firm where ideas
And
are
let's have a group
cultivated
photograph.
and
So
nurtured,
everyone, I request, please
where
come on the
innovations
stage.
in the steel value chain
On the
are
stage, off the
recognized
stage, but please
before
come
the
ahead. Let's have a group photograph, please.
I request all the delegates, our esteemed guests, to please come and join us for a group photograph. I request everyone to please come and join us for a group photograph. I request everyone to please come and join us for a group photograph. We can place a coffee over there on the table.